Okay, my name is Dennis, and today I want to make a live stream. We have a hot topic for it, and also I'm not really in the mood to record the video today. It takes me lots of the time, so I feel like not so good for it right now. I need to sleep first, and in the morning I'll record the update for the previous day. So, just gonna wait for everyone together in the chat. Mostly we're gonna speak about, as usual, the situation which touches almost everyone across the world. Those are the big hotspots in our planet. It's the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. We'll start from the Middle East. I'll not show you some of the images because the last stream about this topic was totally removed by YouTube because of the censorship, and I didn't want to have something happen to my channel. That's why I'll just read out the news and show you maybe something from my mobile device, just some of the images maybe. So, as usual, we expect the situation to escalate. Escalation is always present in both of the wars, in both of the conflicts, and this night is promised by many of the media, mainstream media, and not only. Some of the experts also say that Israel will respond against Iran. As you know, 3 days ago there was the strike of Iran on infrastructure of Israel. Main military bases were also under attack, and many of the missiles actually hit some of the military bases. They didn't cause that dramatic damage, but we saw that Iran wanted to escalate, wanted really to cause this damage. Even the hangars of F-35 fighter jets were hit. I saw the image of at least one of the hangar which was hit, and there were some of the ballistic missiles which landed not far away from those hangars. And we know that one hangar with the roof, well, the roof was devastated by one of the ballistic missiles, and we don't know what was inside, so probably there was some sort of the fighter jet or any other military equipment. So that was the first time then escalation reached this high level, and actually it was started by Iran. I mean, direct attack between two of those countries was started by Iran, because Israel didn't strike Iran by the time. What they did, they eliminated Nasrallah, that was the leader of the Hezbollah movement in Lebanon during the massive strike on Beirut. What Israel also did, that they started a landing operation in Lebanon. For now it's quite restricted. Maybe I'm gonna show you some of the maps on mobile device as well. But Iran, we see, is responding not on direct escalation, but not on direct war against Iran, but direct war of Israel against Lebanon Hezbollah movement. So it means that Hezbollah is basically supported by Iran, and Iran doesn't see the huge difference between its own forces of Islamic Revolution or Hezbollah movement. They are very tied together. We know that Hezbollah receives weapons from Iran as well as from Russia, by the way, because Israeli forces went to the local tunnel in Lebanon and they found out the anti-tank systems which were produced by Russia. Portable anti-tank systems, and we knew already that Russia sent those systems to not just Hezbollah but also to Hamas and Houthis. There was also the strike. Oh, thank you guys for the support. Like your channel, greeting from Holland. So sorry guys, for now at the very beginning of the video I'll not put too much attention on the chat. But later on I'm gonna join the chat and I'll read out your questions, read out your comments, but for the super chat obviously I'll put my attention, and it's always great if you support this channel via super chat, because you know I still have the issue with the monetization, invalid traffic. It drops my regular monetization to a very low level. That's why your support membership, super chat and Patreon really matters to maintain my motivation filming videos, as always, for you. I thought opening a door was considered good manners, but instead she just screamed at me and flew out of lane. It was an aviation joke. Okay, yes. You need a good time and good place for those proper manners. um, so, for example, let's go back to the topic. The Guardian source says that Israel preparing the response on Iran's attack, and it might happen this night, October the 7th. It's already October the 7th. Israeli military is expanding its operation on multiple fronts around the anniversary of the 7th October attacks and including the planning a significant and serious retaliation against Iran for the last week large-scale ballistic missile attack in Israel. Signs of imminent Israeli retaliation against Iran came as the French president Emmanuel Macron called for international embargo on arms delivery to Israel for use against Gaza. The authorities say more than 21 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli year-long assault. So we see that some of the European leaders are calling to block military support of Israel, but I think it will not work because Israel has the biggest the biggest ally in the United States of America. And today I heard that Biden doesn't need to escalate the situation to escalate before the elections as well. That's why I see how America wants to stop Israel from this massive attack. As Wall Street Journal also says, the attack could happen this night on nuclear infrastructure of Iran. And there are some rumors, not rumors, that United States want to give more weaponry to Israel for the local operations in Gaza Strip and also in Lebanon, as exchange for not escalating the war towards Iran. So we see that politicians in the United States didn't really want the escalation. We see this rhetorics of non-escalation coming from President Biden and Kamala Harris. At the same time, we see that Trump calls for direct war. He calls Israel to bomb facilities in Iran right now. So Macron made his comments as the Israel Defense Forces said a major strike on Iran is imminent, and Israel hits targets in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza. By the way, in Syria, Israel targeted or hit the Russian military base. It's the aviation base, military airfield, and Russia used that airfield to deliver some of the weaponry for Hamas, for Hezbollah movement as well, and there was the ammunition depot that was on fire because of the Israeli attack. The IDF is preparing the response up to unprecedented and unlawful Iranian attack on Israel civilians in Israel. Well, actually, Iranian attack wasn't successful at all. Yes, there were many of the missiles which hit the ground, hit some of the facilities, including the military one, but as for the casualties, there were no casualties almost. Just one Arab was hit by the debris of the ballistic missile. That's it basically. Israeli citizens suffer more today because there was attack in a public place somewhere in the mall, and that same day then Iran launched the attack on Tel Aviv and many other points. There was the similar kind of the attack on civilians. Today, I think it was the attack with a knife, and that day it was attack with some of the rifles. As Israel said, it was planning its response to use these Iranian missile strikes, which hit or near a number of key Israeli bases. The United States President Joe Biden cautioned against striking Iranian oil facilities a day after he said Washington was discussing such action. They were just communicating with Israel on the possible response, but I'm sure that Israel will respond. The question is whether they will respond against nuclear infrastructure, oil infrastructure, or military facilities. We're going to see. But that response will happen for sure. Probably the good date for that is today, because it's the anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel, which happened 1 year ago. We also that terrible absolutely terrible event that happened. There were thousands of, maybe hundreds of videos published of the massacres which Hamas done against Israel, and we see how Israel is not staying away. So it basically responded to, yes, with a lot of pressure on Hamas, a lot of pressure on the Palestinians, but that's how Israeli think it should be done in their view. And that's why we see the escalation for more than 1 year, for around 1 year in the Middle East. And now Iran is involved. The downside of the possible Israeli strikes on the Iranian oil infrastructure is that the fuel prices expected to rise dramatically. Now the oil price is around $70 per barrel. We're speaking about the Brent. If we speak about the Russian oil Urals, it's around $55-60 per barrel. So in case Israel strikes Iranian oil facilities, the fuel price will rise at least by 2 times for a small period of time. Hopefully, it depends on how this conflict will evolve. Show clips on live. Make sure you mute the audio. Clips. What kind of the clips? By the way, guys, I want to check out the audio because I didn't check it from the very beginning. Do you hear me well or not? I need to drink some water. Actually, I need to do lives like every Sunday. I think it is the proper idea. What did Israel do in response? Nothing. For now, it's nothing, but we know the preparation. That the preparation is going. Audio good? Thank you, guys. So how do you know that the preparation is going? Because Jordan's published the information. One of the media in Jordan, the country which is bordering Israel, it is not the enemy towards Israel, but it is not the ally at the same time. There was the time that they shut down many of the Iranian drones during the April attack of Iran on Israel. And they say that Israel already warned them that Israel will launch a military strike somewhere to the east, probably towards Iran. Good morning. Good morning, Mihai Ahim. Good morning. So, it's all very interesting. I'm checking out the information right now, whether Israel starts the strike or not, because it's already, I think, 2 p.m., almost 2 p.m. in Tel Aviv. So if the attack happens, it's going to happen like in nearby 2 hours, I guess. Or maybe early morning in around 3 hours. So I'm going to monitor, and maybe if I'm tired, like from this live stream, I'm going to go live again if they start something. Michael, Irvin, thank you so much for the channel support. Thanks for your generosity. Israel to appeal the ramping out operations over the weekend in southern Lebanon, which is ground forces entered. Yes, we know that Israel entered with the ground forces there. So actually, no any other news about that event for now. The only thing probably that is happening right now that Israel launched again the strike on Beirut, and we have the information about it published on in general on the channels, Ukrainian Telegram channels and Russian Telegram channels as well. Hopefully I can find the news about it. We know that Haifa, the city now in Israel, is under attack. Probably the strike was launched by Hezbollah movement. So there was the strike from Hezbollah, and they are not willing to come as well, so violence sparks one more wave of violence, and we expect more strikes on Israel. This is happening this evening. Some of the sirens, and one of the missiles hit some of the infrastructure. It's Haifa. I think Haifa is on the northern side of Israel. I'm not really good in geography of Israel. Best to you and Ukraine, Dennis. Delta Whiskey. Thank you so much for your support. Dennis, you're really young man. Why are you not fighting? I explained it many times, and actually I'm not that young. I'm 37 years old. This winter I will turn 38. If you watch my streams, if you look through my videos, I don't want to pay attention on that for now on this live stream. Do you still fly planes? Yes, I do. I fly the small airplanes just for the private pilot license training. For me, it was easier to start training on a local license once again than converting my Ukrainian license, because it takes a lot of the time. So Ukraine done. Героям слава. Thank you guys for your awesome support. Do you think an attack on Iran will take Russian attention from Ukraine? Russia does owe big debt to Iran from its help with drones and equipment. I don't know about the debt, really. Super Steve, thank you so much for your awesome support, for your kind generosity. I think Russia is focused on Ukraine only. They require sometimes Iranian help, but mostly they receive the main part of the help from North Korea. Like there was the article today published that around half of the artillery shells now delivered by the North Korea to the Russian army. Just imagine, half of the artillery shells are made in North Korea. And about the drones, which Iran delivered at first to the Russian Federation, now Russia produced those drones according to Iranian technology on their own factories. Yes, still some of the spare parts may come from Iran as well, but not that much. Russia now built lots of the factories in many of the parts of the Russian Federation, quite far away from Ukraine. That's why Ukraine cannot reach those using the standard drones. And Russia is producing Iran 2 drones, which hit Ukraine almost every night. It's been reported today that they launched the airstrike again on Ukraine. Drones are flying. I know my friend is living in Kryvyi Rih, and she heard the explosions there as well. So it is happening almost, like not almost, but every night, really. For Russia, well, they want to obtain also Iranian ballistic missiles. You may see that they're quite effective if they reach some of the targets in Israel. But Iran now hesitates to supply those. There was the information that those missiles were supplied to Russia, but we don't have definitely proofs that it was done so. Those missiles still were not spotted in Ukraine. Debris were not found, so for now it's early to say whether that deal was finally made. However, we see the steps that probably Iran will supply those missiles, or already supply those missiles to Russia, but Russia is not using them for now. We know that Russia is using North Korean ballistic missiles with limited success, mostly on Kharkiv civilian buildings. Guys, I missed some of the super chat. I always respond on that. Keep it up, Dennis. Thank you so much. Fastest new updates, the Jerusalem Post and Times of Israel. Okay, I'm gonna go to those news as well. So at first, the first part of the stream, we're gonna monitor the situation in Israel, in Iran. And later on, at the second part of the video, we're going to speak with you about Ukraine. I'm going to answer your question. Jerusalem Post. Hopefully, I don't need to pay for subscription for them. Sorry, guys. Now I answer just super chat, but later on, I'm going to go to your comments. All right? Not just super chat. Haifa restaurant suffers direct hit, 9 people wounded following rocket attack from Lebanon. So we understand that the attack was from Lebanon. I wonder if they struck Israel with uncontrolled missiles or with controlled missiles, because they have different types of missiles. 9 people wounded following rocket attack from Lebanon. So we understand that the attack was from Lebanon. I wonder if they struck Israel with uncontrolled missiles or with controlled missiles, because they have different types of missiles. 9 people wounded following rocket attack from Lebanon. So we understand that the attack was from Lebanon. I wonder if they struck Israel with uncontrolled missiles or with controlled missiles. 23Z. Thank you for. What is that? I guess it's the. Yeah, thank you for your support. Mikhail, thank you also for generosity. So they hit the local restaurant, civilian object, no military targets in Haifa were hit. Were hit today. That's according to Jerusalem Post news we have. Annie Boyd, thank you for membership gifts. Thanks for your generosity. Israeli government ignored that they have lost the trust in public. United States to give Israel compensation if it hits acceptable targets in Iran. So what United States afraid right now before elections is the rise of the fuel prices, oil prices. Also, it's not good for Ukraine if Israel strikes oil facilities in Iran, because Russia will earn lots of the funds in that case. So this war is actually more profitable for Russia. They'll profit from it a lot. That's why maybe they supply lots of the weaponry to one of the sides, which is Hezbollah and Hamas, and probably they partially supply, not probably, but they partially supply military weapons to Iran as well. We are speaking about the airplanes. We know that Sukhoi 35 airplanes were delivered to Iran. It was the exchange for the drones. United States to give Israel compensation if it hits acceptable targets in Iran report. So for United States, they choose the targets which are acceptable for them, and that will show that Israel will respond like Israel should respond, because it was attacked by Iran. But we see that the United States administration, White House, and everyone probably they are not seeking for escalation. Israel has vowed a response to the attack, which saw over 180 missiles fired at Israel, killing a single Palestinian in the West Bank. The United States has reportedly offered Israel a compensation package if it refrains from attack certain targets in Iran, according to a report of Can 11 on Sunday. So yeah, I'm not making those news up. Basically, we have them online in the mainstream media. If this information leaked, probably it is true. The other problem that we have, that Iran has the nuclear program, right? So the world already allowed North Korea to have the nuclear weaponry, which is very strange for me. It is terrible that the crazy dictator has those kind of the weapons, and able to target all of the nearby democratic countries like South Korea or Japan. Or some say that the missiles can reach Alaska shore of the United States. So world allowed it to happen. Now Iran is going to its nuclear program. There was the deal with Barack Obama's administration before. Trump's administration also didn't do anything to close that program, like they tried, but it wasn't successful. And finally, Iran, little by little, acquiring the capability to produce nuclear weaponry. If that continues, it will bring the situation in the world to the brink, and it will lead to the massive escalation. That's why I think that Israel should cancel that program with its own means. I hope you understand what I mean as well. But that is not okay with the current administration of the United States. They don't want that escalation right now before elections. That's why we have to wait and see the response and wonder if Israel has the guts to cancel that program or not. I don't think that oil facilities is a good target for now. I'm speaking about it from the Ukrainian perspective and for the prices for the oil, which could benefit Russia. So I wouldn't like that to happen. But nuclear stuff, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I think. And if Israel precisely targets those, Iran will not respond. They will not have nuclear missiles to respond against Israel. But yes, there's also the chance that it will lead to much higher escalation. But anyways, if Iran produces nukes, it will lead to even more escalation. So I think the world should not allow Iran to to make nukes. The more nukes they have, like dictators have, the bad or the worst is the position of the Western countries. Now, with the situation in Ukraine, then the world sees that the guarantees from the main countries like UK, United States, and in our case Russia, do not work. The only solution to protect your country is to acquire nuclear weaponry somehow. And we see that Iran wants to acquire it as well, but not for protection. They want to attack the other countries, like, for example, Israel. So here, I think Israel should deal with that, because it's a threat not just for Israel, but I think also for other nearby countries like Saudi Arabia, for example. And there were the tensions between Iran, Saudi Arabia. There was the deal done with the help of China, by the way, some sort of the temporary peace deal between those countries, negotiations. But I think it's just temporary. I think that after all, Iran, if it acquires nuclear weaponry, it may strike or threaten the neighboring countries. And we see how those threats are definitely working on some of the politicians. We see the behavior of Putin. We're going to use nukes. And Western politicians, they do believe in those threats, even though before many times we saw that those was just a bluffing. Larry G, thank you for your absolutely huge support, your awesome generosity, and for supporting the channel. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Then is your work, information in the world is critical, fly safe and clear. Yeah, I had a very interesting flight recently, in the mountains, and now it's my first experience flying in the mountains, and it was damn interesting. I have the warning sent by YouTube. The stream current bit rate is low. Recommend bit rate. Recommend you to use stream. Blah blah blah. Tell me, how do you see the picture? Is it glitchy or not? Kalian, thank you so much for your support. For Fang, did Israel not attack a Russian base in Syria a few days ago or not? Yes, I told about it. There was the strike on the Russian base. I enjoy 645. Thanks for your generosity, for your kind support. There is a section called Breaking News. Oh, alright. I'll try to find out. Maybe I'm gonna use the ground news as well. Banking and finance. Couldn't find the breaking news. Oh, breaking news, yeah. Breaking news. So tell me, all good? Looks good. All right. Have just a warning from YouTube, Climax time. Nice nickname. $10. Thanks for your kind support. Issued by British government 1917, the Balfour Declaration stated support of the establishment of the national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The United Nations also issued directive to create the state of Israel and Palestine, but Palestine was actually never created after that. Arab countries just tried to smash Israel, and it didn't work for them. That's what happened in the 40s. Russia says it struck 2 Syrian militants' sites. Russian Air Force carried out strikes on 2 militant sites in Syria outside the area of Al-Tanf, Russia's RIA state news agency reported on Sunday, referring to a report of the United States military base. Did Russians strike the United States military base? Referring to the region of the United States military base, citing Captain Oleg Ignasyuk. The report did not specify the location, but it said that the militants had recently left the Al-Tanf area, which borders Jordan. Russian airspace forces have struck 2 identified sites of militants who left the Al-Tanf zone. It's hard to say what happened there. A report about the Russian strike on something. The State of Israel was declared on May 14, 1948, leading to the subsequent Arab-Israeli War. Yes, indeed. The establishment of the Israel resulted in significant demographic changes, displacing of many Palestinians. I know that many of the Jewish people started to come to Israel because they had their own land, but there was no attempt from Israeli to get more ground, as many say. Like, the war just started because Arab countries started to attack Israel. That's it. Hi, Dennis. All the best from New Zealand. We all support Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you for your kind support. Oh, we have the information that the flight restrictions lifted in Iran. Flight restrictions have been lifted in Iran after conditions were deemed safe. So even though we expect some sort of the strike this night, but Civil Aviation Organization of Iran announced the cancellation of the restrictions on Monday. After ensuring favorable and safe flight conditions by the Civil Aviation Organization, all announced restrictions are removed and airlines are allowed to carry out flight operations. State media said 6 hours before the end of the initial flight cancellation deadline. Yeah, I know how Iran protects its civilian skies because our airline lost our Boeing 737. I knew the part of the crew also. Our Boeing 737 was shut down by Iran itself. It didn't apply any restrictions. As far as I remember, it was the strike of Iran on many of the United States military bases, and they waited for the strike back from the United States. That's why, as they say, they recognize the Boeing 737 as the target, as the military target, and they shot down it by 2 of the missiles. At first, they didn't want to recognize it, but after a while, after 3 days, they finally recognized that they shut down our Boeing 737. The investigation is still undergoing, and Iran is not that straightforward explaining what happened. They just recognize that their fault, but it was definitely a terrible one. So they didn't close the airspace, and by the time there was also Lufthansa flight. What else? There were also a couple of the flights. Our airplane was just not likely to be at that time, and Iranians shut down that airplane. And since that time, I don't like really the Iranian regime. Mikhail Ham, thank you so much for your kind support. I want also to check maybe Israel Times. Maybe if you know some news agency in Iran, we also may check it. Oh, I think it's kind of loud. The fan is too much loud. I will put to the silent mode. Should be better. Times of Israel, yeah. Yeah, they all speak about the Haifa, which was hit by the rockets from Lebanon. And definitely we expect more strikes on Israel, and probably also internal attacks, because today the attack in the mall was conducted by actually Israeli citizen who was Arab. Yeah, there are lots of the Arabs, Israeli Arabs, who also serve in Israeli army, by the way, but some of them like pro-Hamas oriented, just a tiny part of them, but yeah, they may connect that stuff. They say about October 7th anniversary. So I don't think that Israel really is going to start the war like the strike today against Iran. Maybe tomorrow. But before there was the information that Israel will strike Iran today. All right, now let's go, probably because there are not many news from Israel and Iran. I'll still monitor those. Now let's go to the news in Ukraine. And we have this video. It's from the local channel. That's the Saki military airfield. The kaboom happened there this evening. Probably heard the kaboom. One more video. Just the sound, probably. Dogs are barking. Nothing special. Oh, I see the kaboom here. Probably you can see. Well, Saki airfield once again under the strike. As far as I remember, it's at least the third strike on that military airfield, which is located on the northwest part of Crimea. I was there many times myself, not in an airfield, but in a city. There is such a beautiful lake, good for fishing, and with my grandpa, we went there for fishing. One part of the lake borders the sea, so it's salty, and the other part of the lake is disconnected by the dam, let's say, and it's not salty. So it depends on where you fish, you may find different fish. In the seaside, in the salty side, the fish is usually bigger, but the chances for you to catch it are much lower. But in not salty side, usually you have lots of the karas, we call it, or carp, and there are lots of that stuff. So yeah, was my childhood spent there sometimes. What else about the Ukrainian news? Well, nothing really special happened today, like extraordinary, like yesterday with a drone. Also in 1967, during the Six-Day War, Israel took more land, including East Jerusalem and West Bank, Israel being stealing Palestinian lands for 100 years. Climax, thanks for your support, but I have to disagree with you about 100 years. Because Israel is there since 1947, yeah. So less than 100 years. It exists less than 100 years. I don't want to argue with anyone here. The history is the history, and we have the own attitude towards it. What I know that 1 year ago the attack happened from Hamas. They did absolutely crazy massacres in Israel, so Israel has the right to respond. Yes, they respond with lots of the airstrikes, hitting lots of the civilian infrastructure. That's the way over the response. Why the live stream is something going down? Something going down? No, it's like today is Sunday, so I just want to talk with you and want to discuss the possible response of Israel on Iran, but it's not happening like this night. We're all waiting for it to happen, but it's not happening this night. We also have the update from the Kursk Oblast. Unfortunately for Ukraine, Russia intensified the counterattack. I think there is no chance for Ukrainian army to encircle the Russian army, as I thought at the very beginning. Ukraine started one more strike crossing Ukrainian border into Russia in other place, more to the west. But we now see that Ukraine start to lose the ground there. So with limited forces Ukraine has, and it's not possible to encircle the Russian army. The idea was to cut the bridges. It was done, but the river is so narrow, so thin, that Russia still is able to send the reinforcements. So after all, the plan, I think, didn't work. Yeah, and the good news from Ukraine that Dutch defense minister Ruben Baker Mans said that Ukraine has obtained some of the F-16s. 24 more jets will be coming in a few months, but Ukraine already obtained the F-16s from Denmark and from Netherlands, which is awesome. Good job, Dennis. Thank you, Brad. During the Ottoman Empire, the land was known as Palestine. Okay. It's important for me what is happening right now. I mean, before, like, till 60s, Crimea was the Russian Federation. It was a Russian empire before. Before it was also Tatars. Before it was Turkish. Before it was Greece. Before, and we can continue down to dinosaurs, right? So the very important thing is to stop somewhere. Like it happened after the Second World War, that the decision was taken that the country has no right to intervene to another country and take it by force. Right, so that's what Russia violates right now in Ukraine, taking the country by force. That's the biggest violation since the Second World War, actually. There were some of the wars, like you may say, United States is also doing the same. No, United States is not joining Afghanistan as one more state of the United States. But Russia does it in Ukraine, like they occupy the country, really. The same goes with Vietnam War. It was done probably to avoid the stability of the communist regime in this country. Finally, communists win, as we may see. So United States didn't want to occupy anything by the time and will not want it. They don't need it. But Russia wants. They want to reestablish the Soviet Empire or Russian Empire, whatever Putin thinks. They have the mix of this brainwashed ideology of the Soviet times and the imperial times. This is why you see the communist flags in the Russian army sometimes. I mean, then Russian soldiers voluntarily wear those, or the Russian Empire flags they wear as well. They don't have the idea that those two regimes by the time they were fighting in 1917. But now they're united under the common madness. Mikhail, thank you so much for supporting me. Thanks for your generosity. Okay, just gonna go sometimes to your comments, guys, to discuss, and later on we're gonna switch the subject. The Russian invasion in Ukraine, it's very similar to the Turkish invasion of Cyprus. In a way, yes, like Turkish established its own like puppet government, on an over northern side of Cyprus. So I don't support that as well. Some people say that Greece part behaved very terribly against Turkish population, but it's the usual excuse like Putin uses in Ukraine. Italy is helping to train the Ukrainian soldiers. I need to check that information, cannot respond to you right now. Military-specific society is the Russian imperialism. Palestinians are the people, there is no excuse for genocide, agree, as well as Israelis, by the way. And 1 year ago, it was genocide done by Palestinians, by Hamas, especially against Israel. How does a game become a sponsor of the channel? A game? A game. I do not sponsor games. Like, maybe if you see the game, it's the Google advertisement, nothing more. I didn't put the game. I asked guys I got the proposal for, to advertise some of the games. I asked guys on my Telegram channel whether they're okay with that. So most of the people would not like to see the game advertisements. I mean, something like World of Tanks or something like military games. And I asked and I don't really want to do it now. But one more, like if they propose me a lot of the funds, I will donate them for charity. I can do it. Like I will send the bills and everything. Like I donated all the funds for charity. Israel being very merciful for genocide. Did you know most Palestinians these days are ancestors were Jews? Okay. Let's guys now speak about we spoke already about Israel Palestine, yeah. But we need to speak also about Ukraine, I guess. Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico has declared his intention to block Ukraine from joining NATO as long as he remains in office. This stance contrasts sharply with the position of NATO's leadership, which aims to include Ukraine in alliance. Well, if there will be Fico alone blocking the Ukrainian membership, I guess he will receive some iron objects not by mail, because he is too small to play this big game, you know. If NATO decides to get Ukraine into NATO, if there will be just Fico as the obstacle, there will be no such an obstacle, I'm sure about it. It's not a threat or something, it's the reality, you know. If big boys play big games, they don't care really about such guys as Fico. By the way, Orban also should look for his safety for his ass. Fico, yeah. He is getting money from Russia, yes, as well as Orban, I'm sure about it. According to, okay, we have the super chat. Thanks for all the work, Dennis. I'm watching your videos every day and always check out your Telegram. Thank you so much. Telegram will keep, like Telegram group, the group that I have, just a small advertisement for it. It's basically the news. Like, maybe you can see it. So it's the news, and I repost the most of the news which I have from the mainstream media, which I have from the other Telegram channels, but sometimes I came out with my own conclusion.
Is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space.
Like political news from the United States, I also post there, and those have most of the comments and your reactions probably. Watching from Liberia. Liberian girl. Continue making videos. I see you every day. You help. Thank you. Do you believe the theory that Russian invaded to get Ukraine for a newly found of the east side? They did not want Ukraine to undeduct the oil sales to you? No. I don't believe that it's the economical reason for Russia to occupy Ukraine. It's purely strategic goal of Russian peace, Ruski Mir. They think differently. Yeah, obviously they want to have some of the resources, but the resources is not the main meaning. They want to restore the Soviet Union, that's it. And if the world shows that they cannot back up Ukraine, support the country, Russia, the other ex-Soviet republics will understand that as well, and they will try to, play Russian game in that case, like we see in Georgia. Now they have totally different parliament compared to what it was in 2008, so mostly pro-Russian government took the part and ruling the country, establishing kind of terrible laws, and now they're away from the European Union standards or ideas of democracy. Russia is the state of mind. Yes. You get tricked not to use Ukraine as a battlefield. There is part, yeah, even though it's the troll comment probably, but there is the part of truth in that. So for NATO, actually, it's profitable for this war to continue, to Russia just bog down in Ukraine, for Russia just to waste the resources, their army, men, as long as possible, because now Russia doesn't possess the threat for NATO. I mean, direct conventional military threat. Only nukes are the big question. Can you talk about my sometime Ukraine in pronounced with I in the end, or Ukraine? I don't know. It's Ukraine, Ukraina, Ukraine. As an American, I've seen people soar on Ukraine recently. What do you think is the fate of Ukraine? Ukraine will not lose. I'm 100% sure about it. I predict that the war will continue for a very long time. It's my own prediction. It doesn't matter who will be in charge of the White House administration in the future after elections. There is just outcome that Ukraine will get less or more military support. But even without military support, Ukrainians will never be okay with the Russian regime. That's why I think that Ukraine will hold on. And Russia will collapse, because there are many signs of the Russian collapse. I should record the separate video for that. And if the war is over, by the way, the hot stage, let's say, the very hot stage is over, the chances for the Russian collapse are increasing dramatically. That's why Putin maybe wants to fuel more and more army men to Ukraine. He afraid for his power. They think Slovakia and Hungary will willingly absorb into a new Soviet Union with Russia if Ukraine were to lose. No. Even they were not the part of the Soviet Union, and then the Soviet Union was very powerful, so they will stay away, but they may share the similar values as it happened by the time. What victory means for Ukraine? The victory is the liberation of Ukraine from the Russian occupiers. That's the only way. How it will happen it cannot happen right now with the current Ukrainian resources. Russia, as you can see, is not willing to give the occupied territories to Ukraine voluntarily. Even more, they get more territories. The only thing for Ukraine is to hold down and wait for the Russian regime to change, for the Russia start to collapse and liberate the territories after that. That's the only way, from what I see. And by the time, if we want to cease the fire with Russia, if we want to, stop the war, Ukraine should join NATO. Without it, Russia would strike Ukraine once again if they reform their army, and I think Putin is willing to do it. Would you like to see NATO help Ukraine get the Russians out or close down the skies? The close down the skies is a good idea. Freedom from Colorado. What can we do to help Ukraine without having a ton of funds? Slow green. Without having a ton of funds, only funds may help, like military support may help. In our modern days, everything is around money, around funds, because everything costs money. Your work costs money, so it's all about money. It's all about money. What are your favorite aviation films? Favorite aviation films? I don't have those. Maybe Top Gun. The first movie, Sally movie is also nice. So yeah. NATO should welcome and help Ukraine very soon. Yeah, I think NATO should help Ukraine just in case Ukraine is getting invaded by the second time. Like, Ukraine should join NATO, like ceasefire, join NATO, some peace talks, waiting for the Russian collapse. And if Russia attacks Ukraine, well, in that case, Ukraine should be helped by NATO directly. Do you watch war movies? No, I try not to. I try to separate myself now from the war as I can. For me, the news for the day
Cavalry lodges, take 'em.
are more than enough. You know, I just got tired of the war for 2.5 years every day. I think that I should go through the psychiatric treatment. They have a flying nickname. I had a call sign before, and then I started flying the gliders in our air club, so every pilot had a special number. Like my wife got the number 214, and I got the number 219. 219, yeah. 219. So it's your personal call sign. Doesn't matter what machine you've flown, it's like the Soviet type. So you call sign not with the registration of the airplane or the glider, you call sign with your own number. For me, it was kind of personal and it's nice, you know. But here in Europe and in the United States, your call sign is the aircraft you fly. Did you see Russia is considering, or in commercials, your call sign is the number of the flight? Did you see Russia is considering a fine for Russians not having children? Russia must be running out of orcs. Yeah, Super Steve, I agree with you that Russia now bans abortions. They even show the real abortion videos to the children in not elementary school, but just in high school. Some of the children vomit after those kind of videos. I don't know why they do it, but they do it. And they ban the abortions without any like prescription or medical doctors. If doctors say that it will save life for the mother, they only do it in that case. Now they try to do it. Their priests of so-called Russian Orthodox Church call not to do abortions even in case of the rapes. And they even announced a new program to build a reproduction towns somewhere in Siberia, where they want to send some of the Russian males and females for the breeding. They have those crazy ideas. Those for now are just ideas, but you know they speak about it on their channels. And sometimes I watch the Russian TV and it's definitely crazy. I think a key of beating Russia is Saudi Arabia. If they raise production and cash for the price of oil, Russia is done. I think they cannot handle all of the oil prices. I cannot. Justin, thank you for your kind support and your generosity. Well, Russians just cannot. Saudi Arabia just cannot lower fuel prices that low. There are many more oil-produced countries like United States itself, Russia, Venezuela, Iran, UAE, Qatar. Well, Qatar is mostly for the gas, but anyways, they also control the prices, so it should be the common decision. That sounds like NATO. So yeah, Russia more and more sounds like a NATO country with those programs, which completely... You know, yesterday I saw the video how the Russian soldier went to the school. He was asked by the children, how did you make your first kill in the war? The teacher said it wasn't the killing, it was the liberation of the Russian lands. And Russia just sent those terrible people, you know, who just kill everyone in Ukraine. They send those to the schools and they teach their own younger generation how to act against the Ukrainians. They blame Ukrainians. But you know, if we conclude that not conclude, but if we perceive, I think it's the word in English, that Russia is successful in Ukraine, they will blame the other nation afterwards. For example, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, or any kind of the nation. They cannot live without it. Before Georgia was the number one, before it was Chechnya. Chechens were the greatest enemy of Russia. They filmed many of the videos against Chechens. They tuned their propaganda against Chechens. But now Chechens are good guys. Next, Georgia was the bad guys. Now Ukraine. And this is the constant process. If they occupy Ukraine, let's say, I don't believe in that, but let's say if they occupy Ukraine, they will use Ukrainians as the manpower, to attack some other country in Central Asia, I believe, because there's much less population compared to Ukraine, and some of the countries are quite loyal to Russia. We know Kazakhstan is quite loyal at the same time because they have some of the schemes with Russia of the secondary import, it's called, how Kazakhstan buys some of the equipment from the European countries, from the Western countries, United States of America, and sends that to the Russian army. There where schemes are covered. Uzbekistan, it will be much harder because people in Uzbekistan, I would say, more anti-Russian compared to Kazakh people, because there are more Russians and live in Kazakhstan than in Uzbekistan. And also in Kazakhstan, the Russian language is more introduced. Well, it's not about the language after all, but still the Russian community is kind of strong in Kazakhstan compared to Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan, I think for Russia it will be very hard. Maybe Uzbekistan will resist harder, like Ukraine maybe, similar to Ukraine. But in general, Russia is obviously more powerful, so the idea is to not let Russia to be successful in Ukraine. Paul, thank you so much for your kind support. Greetings to UK. I watch your videos every day. I look forward to the day you announce Ukraine victory. Yes, hopefully one day. But as I told you, it's the long-term war, as far as I see. War or conflict. Well, Russia cannot continue to waste their soldiers like they do it right now. I know that I speak about it for around half a year or maybe 1 year, but somehow they found the new soldiers again and again. They raise the stakes, they raise the price and money for the poor Russian people to come and join the army and die in Ukraine. So for now they are okay, let's say, in getting new soldiers. They're struggling at the same time, but still they have this resource, but it cannot continue for many years, let's say. I think the next year it will stop all the Russian attacks. Well, it also depends. It also depends on the military support Ukraine has this year, the next year. Uzbekistan has nearly 40 million people. I think 25. But after all, Ukrainian population also reduced down to maybe 30 million population. I recently installed not recently, but I got the version ChatGPT 4.0, and it's awesome. It helps me a lot. Of Uzbekistan. Why I'm so sure about? It's 35.65 million, and the population is growing. Nice. I spent my childhood there, so I know that they don't like Russians really. I miss Antonov. Will it be back? Antonov is flying like. Antonov has the capabilities to produce some of the drones. Antonov Airlines is working, I think, from Leipzig base. And they're flying. Ruslan 124. Antonov 124, Ruslan. Russia to bird two-faced, twin-headed mutant eagle. Thank you. It was the old support. ChatGPT is my girlfriend. Yes, I also called her like Chat She. I just asked what name should I call you, and the chat said Evelina. Call me Evelina. I say okay, so you're a girl. She said okay, I'm a girl. She helps me to study German, really. it really helps. You like with a teacher, you can speak with her. Like it's awesome actually. And if I need to write any letter to officials like tax officials or something, I call ChatGPT and she writes everything very nicely. The development of the Ukrainian defense sector is promising. Yeah, especially for the artillery production. Bogdana artillery production is increased. Each month, Ukraine produces around 12 of the systems. It's a lot. 155 millimeter artillery shells, but still Ukraine needs shells. Oh, we're speaking about Antonov 225. I don't think it will be restored, actually, guys. I don't think it will be restored. It's not efficient airplane. No one will invest funds into that. If you check out like any kind of the fundraise for Antonov 225, that's probably a bullshit. Because it will never, like, who would keep money now for Antonov 225 or collect the funds? Firstly, Ukraine should get rid of Russians, then rebuild all the towns and cities, infrastructure. It will take dozens of years. And Antonov 225 is not the necessity. It requires probably $2 billion to be built, with all of the engineering. Because Ukraine, after the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine lost the capability to produce that airplane once again. You should build a new system to produce it. It should be redesigned. Just for a single plane, it's just useless. So the loss is actually very tragic. Because I don't think it will be rebuilt. I thought that Virgin Blue owner was going to rebuild it. They say a lot of stuff. Is the Israel response happening or just predicting it? I'm sharing the information coming from the media, like from open sources. Times of Israel, Jerusalem. Maybe I should check Iranian media as well. Maybe they're afraid already. Iran news. Iran International. Former Israeli Prime Minister calls for striking Iran's nuclear facilities. Let's see. Former Prime Minister Natalie Bennett has called for the country's leader to launch an attack. But the former leaders, they're not really that important. Iranian media threaten Israel with extensive target list. Iran already said that they'll respond on Israeli attack in case of Israel will respond on their ballistic missile attacks or respond. Again, we're playing this game. So they're not telling us anything here. Khamenei already awarded his general for the response on Israel for the successful operation. Then they hit the poor Arabian or Palestinian guy who was hit by the missile. It really was successful operation. They're speaking about how Israel suffers. Then they entered Lebanon. It's like usual stuff of propaganda. Like we also heard from the Russian channels. And then the Ukraine entered Kursk Oblast. How they say about Ukrainian losses, heavy losses. But at the same time, Ukraine imprisoned lots of the Russian soldiers, and they simply run away from the positions. Mostly conscripts and Chechens. Well, not the Chechens, but Ahmad Battalion. And they didn't say about that stuff, right? They say only about Ukrainian losses. It's easy to say then you have the drones. Then you may show like a couple of the vehicles from different angles, saying that Ukraine lost many of the vehicles. The Serbian president Vučić said that the war in Ukraine could be over as if Trump becomes the president of the United States. I don't think that Trump has the idea of the possible deal between Ukraine and Russia. There should be it's not possible really, because Russia demands for Ukraine to surrender lots of the territories, lots of the towns, cities, people to Russia. It will never happen. It's the dead end for now in negotiations. So also we have more information about the drone C-70, which but Russia hit themselves, shut down. Actually, it wasn't the surveillance mission for the drone, it was the attack mission, because in those debris, I wonder if you can see it here. So in those debris, a shell was found. It's actually the shell like that, which Russia used to bomb Ukraine. So the shell is called D30SN. D30SN is some sort of the precise shell which is launched from it's a missile, which is launched from the airplane. It was found in those debris. It means that those drones may perform the attack missions. And the bad thing for Ukraine that basically Ukraine doesn't have the air defense systems capable to shut down those airplanes at the altitudes they fly. So manpads are okay up to 3.5 kilometers. They may shut down Russian helicopters, Russian Sukhoi-25 attack airplanes. But for those kind of threats, Ukraine doesn't want to relocate Patriot systems or NASAMS to put them under the new threats, because Ukraine already lost some of those systems. And I told you about it. Not recently, but yeah. Okay. One more news that Russia lost Sukhoi-25. Sukhoi-25 was lost today on Sunday, not today, on Sunday evening. So after all, the news about the Russian loss of Sukhoi-25 was confirmed. They, by the way, lose many of those airplanes. So at first it was reported that Russia lost Sukhoi-25, but later on it was clear that it was drone C-70. Your opinion on Ukraine loses in the D. I don't know. I'm not that good in English to understand. Thank you for the new. By the way, thank you for your comment. Ukrainian loses. It loses the ground in the east, but in general, it's not like losing the war. Thank you for the news, Dennis. I support Terra Ops, and I want to thank anyone that contributes to help to this man defeat Russia as long as Russia continues this insane war. Good to see you in person. Good to see you, David. Also, thanks for your generosity, your kind support. It seems like we don't have any super chats, but let's go to read out your comments at the very end. The super chat, the chat is slow mode is enabled. Russia has made it so that it's existential necessity that they are defeated one way or other. Yeah, they will collapse. I think that in general, Western politicians, they do afraid of that collapse because it may lead to instability. They also were afraid about the Soviet Union collapse. Just before the Soviet Union collapse, President Bush came to the Soviet Union, I think, or somewhere. He said that we shouldn't collapse the Soviet Union because it's too dangerous. It brings the world to the big threat, but finally it happened. Dennis, do you find yourself becoming more or less optimistic about Ukrainian victory? I'm still optimistic, but I know that the current reality, and before in 2023, or at the end of 2022, I was optimistic about the military end of this war. I mean, that Ukraine could have obtained enough military support to defeat Russia in Ukraine, but now understand that it's not possible. Ukraine doesn't have those resources. It's not about the army man, it's basically about the amount of the weaponry. Donetsk, the Ukrainian province where Russia is gaining land. Yes, they're getting the land here. There. They are getting the land, and they expedite this process. Reviewing the front lines for a long time, and since 2022, since Russia started the invasion, I haven't seen such a fast movement of the enemy forces. So they definitely use all of the possible resources for that. The main thing are the aviation landing bombs. That's the main threat, and the other mid-waves. And Russia also uses lots of the drones. So I was optimistic in 2022 more compared to what I am right now, but I'm still sure that it's impossible to conquer Ukraine as the country because people are against Russia. That's it. You can even if Russia was successful in 2022, if they occupied all of the Ukraine, no territory left for the independent state, still people would riot against the Russian regime. Even in their best case scenario, they would lose. Russia is beating Ukraine almost on every single front. That is making use. Yeah, by the time Russia was beating, Ukraine was beating Russia in many parts, in Kiev Oblast, Chernigiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Kherson. We all remember how Russia ran away from Kherson. And now it's not possible. Yeah, we see that Ukraine doesn't have that resources as the Russia has. Bull. Hello, Dennis from Darlington, England, Slava Ukraine, and Georgia. Greetings. Betsy, nice to see you here. Well, there will be another update this night. I think tomorrow I'll record the video. I'm too tired to record the video this evening. I want to go on the live stream more. And it's Sunday. I promised you once that I will do Sunday streams. So I guess once a week we can do live streams instead of videos. Or maybe live streams together with videos. For me, the problem is I'm recording the video too late. I have my own stuff to do, and then I record it. I'm waiting for the news. So the best time actually for me to record the video is at 5 a.m. Then my family is still sleeping. So I spend 2 hours for recording, 2 more hours for editing. It's the best time for the short video. For the longer video, it might take 4 hours to record, just to record. So in the evening, I'm kind of exhausted as today. But the live stream is the good opportunity, to speak with the audience. I understand that in Europe, our guys are sleeping. So mostly people in the United States are awake. Or in Australia, already awake, yeah? I'm not complaining, I choose it myself, maybe you think that sometimes I'm kind of annoying to complain about. I'm reviewing the war, it's so terrible. But no, I choose it myself, I shouldn't complain about it. Unfortunately, Russia was at its worst at the start of the war. Yes, they were so sure. I think it was the big mistake of the Russian intelligence service of the FSB. They gave the wrong information to Putin. Putin really thought that he might conquer Ukraine with the limited forces he had, but it was nonsense, really. They really thought that Ukraine would meet him and his army with flowers. Are you able to do anything flying these days? Yes, I'm flying the small aircraft. It's called Bristol B-23 for the private pilot rating. Nice aircraft with a good Garmin system. Better avionics than Boeing has on Boeing 737. Bro, we're getting an ad every 5 minutes for information. You can turn them down. Okay. Delay ads. Yeah, I'll try to delay ads. I didn't know you can control it. Indeed, I can go to edition, monetization. Oh, conserve. Choose the ad frequency. Lower earning potential, less interrupt. Okay, I'll choose this one. So we should have less ads now. Sorry about it. Yeah, there was the middle option, like not too often it says, but every 5 minutes it's like crazy. I understand. Too bad Ukraine don't have ATACMS or F-16s. Then there was a 40-mile backup of Russian equipment. Yeah, too bad that Ukraine didn't have F-16s and all the ATACMS missiles by the time then Ukraine went on a counteroffensive the last year. But according to the Times article, Ukraine still has the guts to attack Russia once again the next year. We'll see. Do you see the trend that many world leaders beyond 70 years of age tend to be troublesome? As some in dictatorship countries, yes. How did Dennis hope you're well, Keith? Sorry, I'm late. It's okay, John. Elon Musk, what is problem? I don't know what his problem. He's just a funny, cringy guy. His dance yesterday on Trump's rally was one of the cringiest things I have seen for the last time. Even Trump was like, "Gab, what are you doing?" Probably the first cringiest thing is the Trump watches. Why we can't see any F-16s activity? Do you have enough trained pilots? For the aircraft Ukraine has, there are enough trained pilots. They're mostly used not on the front lines. They are not used on the front lines, but they're used in the Ukrainian controlled territory to shut down the Russian drones and cruise missiles. Basically, they do the air defense job over the cities, not on the front lines. So a video regarding the Russian economy that now it is fully war-based and it's sustainable till 2025, early 2026. After that, they will collapse. It's hard to say, really. It's my video? A video, yeah. I didn't say like that. I'm not saying that the Russian economy will collapse. I mean, in the future, probably, but the Russian regime will collapse, maybe not the economy. They will have tremendous issues with the economy, but Russia is allowed to have the trade with other countries like China, India, and they're not closed from that part of the world. They're closed from the Western world, but others are okay with Russia, and they trade with them. That's why they support the Russian economy. Moreover, they support Russian economy by selling the Western products, the secondary import, we call it, and I understand that the Western companies are also okay with that. So the collapse of the Russian economy is really under the question. Hi from Ireland, could you please do a video of the war 2014 and what the people think of Russia and Ukraine in before the war? If not, love you. Okay, thank you, Alexander. Yeah, we'll do it. Probably on some sort of the anniversary. Anniversary already was. Maybe in February we'll do this big video. I'll check the recent news about probably Jerusalem Post. There was the breaking news. The Israeli Air Force intercepts aerial threat heading towards Israel from the east. The Israel Air Force had intercepted an aerial threat that was heading towards the country from the east before it had crossed into Israeli territory, the IDF reported on Monday overnight. The report did not specify whether it was heading for the northern or southern Israel. So someone again launched the missiles from the east. It's probably some of the forces in Iraq or Iran, because Lebanon is located on the north. Last night, not the last night, but midnight, United Kingdom advised against all travels to Israel and Gaza. I wonder who would go to Gaza now. Britain advised citizens on Sunday against all travel to Israel and Palestinian territories due to highlighted state of tension, violent clashes in the region. Okay. The same they do, by the way, for Ukraine. They just extend this recommendation. Beirut International Airport cancels all the flights until Monday. It's understandable because Beirut is under the Israeli strikes. IDF expands closed military zone to 3 more northern communities. Israel Defense Chief to meet Pentagon on October the 9th. So Israel military will discuss something with the United States military on October the 9th. Maybe we shouldn't expect any strikes on Iran by that time, and only after those kind of the consultations. Tobias, thank you so much for your generosity. Greetings to are those shekels? Are you from Israel? So those were the latest breaking news about Israel. Nothing is really happening this night. So I'm sure it will happen. Like Israel will respond on Iran. It didn't respond after the Iranian drone strike in April because that drone strike was mainly shut down. Like a couple of the drones went to Israel. But with ballistic missiles, many of them hit Israel. Okay, we have the super chat. Love your consistent work. Been following you from the start and will keep supporting you and Ukraine. Thank you so much, Invictus. thank you for your generosity. ZEAR, I wonder what is that, but thank you. It's great. Having knowledge of gyroscopes, can you advise gyrocopter with best payload capability? I have the knowledge in gyrocopters. No. I think I need to check out my eyesight. Whisper Manson, thank you so much for your generosity, for your kind support. What's happened a few hours ago in Beirut? Yeah, I heard there was a strike once again. Like Lebanon stroke. Oh, okay, we have the video of Wuglidar. It's the recent video filmed by Russians. Like they demolished most of the buildings there. Now the investigation is going of why the Ukrainian army was left alone there, why the higher military command didn't call them to evacuate, and why the commander of 186th Brigade finished his life. At least it was the report that he finished his life. What's the most used infantry weapon in the Ukrainian army? Probably Kalashnikov. AK-47, 74. Those do have to have different calibers. We have some of the Western equipment, but I think Soviet Kalashnikovs are everywhere in the infantry, and we may say that it's widely used. Will you ever go back to Ukraine, Dennis? Hopefully. Dennis, then will we see you on your motorcycle? Maybe on my other channel, Pilot Blog, I will share some of the personal stuff there. I'm a new patient. I used to verify some of the international news, and sometimes I get it from you first. Thank you for doing a great job. Thank you, Grant. Thank you so much. Germany make the best guns. One of the best, yes. I bought one of your hoodies. I wear it at least once a week. Thank you for you do. Hope your mental health and family doing well. Yes, actually, I will not complain about the stuff any longer because it's just I sound silly. Chad, thank you so much for buying the merch. It is my first attempt to make a merch. I just registered on a website and we'll see. I need to buy it for myself as well. Also, I have some other projects for the merch. I mean, for design, also connected to F-16s. Maybe I should change the merch there. German guns have to recoil every accurate and fast-firing weapons. You know, there were some of the problems with Panzerhaubitze 2000. It has never been used in this kind of the hard environment. So, yes, they had to modify those for lasting longer, let's say, and for the better maintenance capabilities. Dennis, keep up a good work. Best. Thank you, guys. History stuff. Give all the proceeds to Ukraine charity. Okay. You can also, guys, sometimes I got like, oh, Dennis, you're not collecting fundraisers or something for Ukrainian military. There are multiple reasons why I'm not doing so. First of all, if you check out the terms and conditions of any sort of the public platform like YouTube or Patreon, there you should not collect the funds or call to collect the funds for military purposes. Yes, YouTube for now is okay with that. If you collect the funds for Ukrainian side, like many bloggers and YouTubers do that, like Jake Bro or Arthur Rally. But for example, in Arthur Rally case, his Patreon was blocked because he collected the funds for the trucks for Ukrainian army. So I'm not doing that stuff. That's reason number one. Second reason, I don't want to be accused of collecting the funds for myself. Like there were some of the cases, and some of the influencers in Ukraine, they collected the funds, and after all, they bought the Rolex and other stuff for them from those funds, and I don't want to be potentially right in the team. I think, guys, if you want to support the Ukrainian army, you'll find a way, like United, the official United 24, or I'm sure that you watch other bloggers, vloggers, YouTubers who collect the funds, like Jake Bro. I always call, like, guys, if you want, you can go to Jake Bro or other guys, they collect the funds. So I'm not doing it personally. By doing so, you also share the responsibility. And also, I started collecting the funds, and then the war had started, and I worked with some of the organizations, and one of the organizations appeared to be a fraud. And I don't want to mess with them again, so I don't trust them. I have my own friends, pilots from Ukraine International, who are fighting on the front lines, and sometimes I'll help them from my private funds. But it's not like the military help. It's the help to their families mostly, because the money they earn in Ukrainian army, it's not that much, and they spend all of that stuff that they earn for upgrades of their stuff. So I have to, help them and their families. But I do not collect the funds for direct military help. It's the policy not of mine, but of all of those platforms, including YouTube, by the way. Give a link or promote the link. I cannot do it. Maybe I can do it on Telegram. Telegram is okay with that. I have a large group there, and I share the links for maybe Jake Bro, then he collects, but on YouTube I will not do it. For now, YouTube is okay, with collecting the funds for Ukraine. As I see, it's not blocking our guys who support Ukraine, but everything might change. Israel will not attack Iran. What do you think, Mr. Davydov? I think it will, but just limited attack, because the United States are against it. It depends really on Israel, because it's really hard to predict the behavior of the country. It's always on itself. And, they bombed the Russian base. It tells a lot about it. Much love from you, saying the election is coming and you're going to be crying over again. Let me show you. Where did I took my flags? They're lying on the floor. Just one sec. I ordered those in the mail because I need to pump up the chat. Okay. So, this guy, yeah, he's winning. He's winning. Trump 2024. I also have this one. Harris 2024. I'm gonna put those two flags back and stream the elections. It's gonna be 24-hour stream, and we're gonna just tick who won the elections. It's gonna be a crazy stream. I planned at least 24 hours stream from the time elections start. Maybe not from the very beginning, but maybe from the middle. Then we'll start to obtain results from the states, and we'll see who's gonna win. But honestly, I don't think that if Trump wins, the war in Ukraine ends, or if Harris wins, Ukraine will win the next day. No, for Ukraine, it's all about more military support or less military support. My idea that if Trump wins, Ukraine will suffer more because of less military support. That's it. But the war will continue. There is no thing that might stop Putin, like, for now. He's willing to occupy it, but occupy Ukraine, I mean. Harris will win, yeah. Maybe. It's all very close. Yeah, Dennis, you're funny. Yeah, I am. I saw this flag, this kind of the flag in Jake Bro. I know he's a Harris supporter. Like, he showed this kind of the flag, and I decided why not to order both of the flags for both of the candidates. Yeah, after all, as a Ukrainian, I support Harris more because she'll get more help maybe for Ukraine. Trump, with his team, he's really unpredicted. He said lots of the crazy stuff about Zelensky, who represents actually Ukraine. Like, I can say bad words about Zelensky because I'm the Ukrainian citizen. It's my right to criticize him or not. But Trump has no this right, I guess. Because Zelensky represents Ukrainian people, Ukraine suffers, and Trump called him a big salesman. By the time Trump sells Trump watches, which originally should cost like not more than 30,000, with all of that gold and brilliance, he sells that stuff for 100,000, and all the sneakers, merch. So who is the greatest salesman? Like, it's just crazy. So I'm not saying that I do really hate Trump, but he is not a good choice for my country. But after all, it's the choice of the United States. Oh, sorry, guys. So after all, we should respect it in any way. Like, you guys choose in the United States whom you want to be your president. The thing is, your country really influences other countries, which is, I wouldn't say it's really good, but we have what we have. This is going to be a cold winter, as usual, I think. The last winter was kind of warm. 800 back, watch at everyone else prices. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, yes, I'm doing this stuff here, blah, blah, blah. Let's be honest, as an Iranian, we all love Israel people, and this is just government war, but Israel should take a revenge, because October 1st was too much. October 7th, I think. I wouldn't let Trump run a casino. Yeah. Like, he got so much stuff in his career. I mean, so much controversy, so much law violations, and he's really narcissistic. Like, I'm not Trump's hater, but I don't really like the guy. Like, I don't hate him. Like, why should I hate him? But he's like, from the human perspective, like, he's weirdo. He's narcissistic, he's well manipulated by other guys, so I know that stuff of people, that type of people. I don't think that Kamala is the good choice either, but for Ukraine she's a better choice, obviously. What do you think about the reports coming on about Russia's crossing the river of Kamensk, Zaporizhia Oblast, first sign of impended offensive? I couldn't find that information. Like, there were rumors that Russia can straight the forces in Zaporizhia for attack. Later on, I'm gonna read you out what our guys say on the front lines. Just a moment. Just a moment, wait for it. Klishivka. As for the Zaporizhia direction, at this direction, everything is normal for now. Our guys are monitoring the front line. From Russians, there is no any appearance of the storming forces. Then our groups are rising up the surveillance drones or aviation. Everything is calm for now. Someone shared the information about the possible attack of the Russian side at this direction. For now, it's hard to say because the activity of the Russian forces is minimum. But everything is possible, and our guys seems to be ready for it. So that's the report from our guy at this particular direction. Hi from Argentina, привет. What American space in red coat money? I didn't get it. Can I make a video about why Umera fired Budanov's deputy? I just said about it in my video, and I said why it could have been happen in general, because Budanov acts independently from the, let's say, Ukrainian president's office. There is the guy in the Ukrainian president's office. He's called Yermak. Yermak is a shadow ruler of Ukraine, we call him. And definitely he has enormous influence on Zelensky. He is always, I think he's decisive power in Ukraine also. And he wants everyone to be dependent on him, and Budanov is not. So they want to get rid of Budanov. I mean, not physically, but they want to replace him with other guy. We'll see how it goes, because Budanov is not the ordinary guy as well. After all, it's a big political game as well, guys. I don't want to dig down to that rabbit hole, as I told you in one of my videos, but little concern about the situation. You probably know my attitude towards Ukrainian president's office. Are there any bears in Ukraine? Yeah, many were hunted actually, but still there are. Did you see Remarks Telegram post the other day about the ChatGPT cat? Yeah, it was kind of strange. You know, our guys said about I'll probably try to find out the name of the guy. Boom, 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 boom. So he said that by the time other politicians like Mayor of Kiev Klitschko sends hundreds of drones to our guys, Yermak shares the pictures of the cats generated by the ChatGPT. Nice. It doesn't mean that he supports Klitschko, but you know, different politicians do different job there. Oh, thank you for sharing membership. How are Ukrainians doing in the occupied areas? Differently. There's some percent of people who even support Russia. It was like that in Mariupol. My friend, Captain Timur, who was in Mariupol by the time of the Russian attacks, who evacuated him and his family after the Mariupol was encircled, he said that 20-something% of people support Russia even under the bombs. So it really depends. Some of the Ukrainian men are also not evacuating, for example, from Pokrovsk because they don't want to go to Ukrainian army. They're waiting in the basements for Russia to come to occupy their city, and that's how they move through Russia to other countries. It's not all of the people, but there are some of the stories like that. And there were videos shared by our teams who do the evacuation, and people do not want to evacuate in many of the cases. It wasn't like that before. But It's the eastern side of Ukraine where Russia had tremendous influence, absolutely tremendous influence. If you move to Dnipro, their people absolutely hate Russian Federation, like 99%. So eastern side of Ukraine always voted mostly for the pro-Russian politicians. It doesn't mean that those Ukrainians who live on the east, they're bad. No, they were just brainwashed by all of this Russian propaganda. That's why the part of the percent supported Russia. But now, they changed their mind because Russia started to bomb their cities directly. So many changed their mind. I'm telling you the story as I see it from the Ukrainian publics, from the videos coming from our guys, also from evacuation and other stuff. I monitor all the stuff. So I'm not spreading bullshit or something, or telling you the story as it is with all of its sad parts and good parts. Yes, please talk about American politics. All you want, love it. Okay, thank you. I'm speaking about it because it influences the world and Ukraine very, very dramatically. That's why I'm speaking about it. I don't really want to speak about it, after all. I have to. Israel gonna respond? Yeah, I think so. Ukraine with Russia, Israel with Iran, European Union with Islam, China with Asia. China is the part of Asia. Sea territory, Taiwan, Trudeau versus the people, United States versus their border. Did you miss something? Kind of the interesting stuff you share. I am Blur. Thank you for your generosity. Dennis, if Zelensky were to be out of office for whatever reason, who is ready to stand in his place? Lots of the politicians we have. I think, like, Zelensky, why not? He saved Ukraine after all. After all politicians in Ukraine did, not without any preparation for the Russian invasion, Zelensky did at least something which changed the war. At the very beginning, it was his idea to organize the proper defense of Kiev. Instead, politicians ordered to open the way for the Russian army, let's be honest, on the south, who demined the territory of there were two of the roads from Crimea that were mined, so someone demined those. Someone didn't call alert for our forces. Then the Russian army was marching to Kherson, to Mariupol. The only resistance on the south was from Azov battalion, which was placed in Mariupol. That's it. So who was responsible for it? Zelensky by the time hadn't that influence, but even he ordered the troops in the Kiev region and others to leave their barracks and defend. Without this order, Ukraine would fall, probably. Kiev would fall. But with the help of Zelensky, Kiev was defended. That's why Zelensky was so famous general after all. And also after Ukrainian army kicked out the Russian one in Kharkiv region, yeah. That is difficult situation Ukraine stuck in the occupied territories, yeah. But there are terrible cases as well. Then Russia occupies territories. There are some people who didn't want to leave their homes, and if Russians find something in their phones, like Ukrainian flags and whatsoever contacts, they may torture them even. So I wouldn't stay there. Usyk is not he is a boxer. Everyone should stay on his or her place. Zelensky, he's also a general, but he's smarter than Usyk. So we shouldn't select famous people, right? We should select people who have abilities to work without any populism. Maybe there will be some candidate whom we don't really know for now, but who has the guts to for this, because the current Ukrainian government, they do lots of the flows, and I sometimes speak about it on my channel as well. Dennis, I appreciate you speaking the truth about the situation. Other channels ignore bad things, sugarcoating the situation, or refusing to acknowledge negative facts about Ukrainian internal struggles. Yes, colorful rug guy, thank you for your generosity, for your support of the channel. I understand that with me saying this information, I would have less views. There will be less people, who are watching me, because, people like to listen only for the positive news. But guys, we have to say what it is, the truth. That's why I'm here filming the videos. It's not the Russian propaganda. You may find it, like most of the information I share is coming from Ukrainian channels. If they're coming from the Russian channels, I always say, this is from the Russian channel, I don't trust it. We should wait for confirmation, blah, blah, blah. But if it's coming from Ukrainian channels with proofs, like the guy who was actually working as a bureaucrat in the pension fund, and his mother was responsible for the medical examination of Ukrainian soldiers, somehow got $6 million in just his cupboard, at a home, bribes from people. So how not to say about it? I would lose the trust from people. I may have less views, but I should say the things as they are, because people wouldn't trust me. Like, I'm a funny guy, I will always say how Ukraine wins. By the time then Russia takes the ground on the east, it's just pathetic, saying those things. That's why I'm saying the things as they are. Yes, I put in the thumbnail kind of the positive news. I always speak about and emphasize positive news just to keep everyone positive, but in my videos I speak about lots of the stuff. Yeah. Well, I get tired and I see bad news. Happening, and every channel except yours makes videos saying only positive things. Feels like propaganda. Yeah, so we need to gain the trust from people. I may have less views compared to those channels, should I say the names, like reporting from Ukraine, blah blah blah. They always say about the positive stuff mostly. Also, Arthur rarely said like the positive stuff in every of his video. He rarely says something bad, but I say I think balanced report, even though I'm Ukrainian. Maybe I know lots of the stuff as Ukrainian as well. I have lots of the friends, I have lots of the information coming, and I know the attitude of the people inside Ukraine towards the government, towards everything, the harsh reality sometimes. Are afraid killed by a Russian agent. Like, we all live. Todd, thank you so much for your generosity, for your kind support. Steve, thank you for the membership. You joined the membership. Thank you so much. So yes, I cannot say that I'm not afraid of being killed. I'm mostly afraid not for me, but for him. And, we all live temporary here on this planet. I already lived 37 years. I consider that is already a lot. So, after all, the life could stop at any moment. You can die from the heart attack, from the stroke, car accident. Everything might happen. And, after the war had started, after I heard lots of the explosions, then I have to leave my hometown. By that time, I understood that your life may finish at every moment, so you should do what you like to do. Like, take a risk after all. Like, it's my risk after all. I understand that the Russians may find me, boom, do something. But I did my choice. It's already late to go back. So yeah, everything is risky. Every job is risky. I think every activity that is good is kind of risky. Dennis is a young man. Oh, 37. Come on, our guys on the front lines, they're losing their lives in 25, sometimes even younger. So I think 37 is already lived quite a long life. We spotted the Swedish APC delivery, passing yesterday through Czechia on railway. Hopefully it's gonna be useful. Nice. Yeah, Sweden helps a lot. I'm happy that there are new talks renewed about the Gripen airplanes, fighter jets, which could be delivered to Ukraine, but not the next year. Putin, the tiny dictator, can be allowed to take the land through violence. Yeah. We are worried in Ukraine about Ukraine's front line. Any news, mate? Oh, let me check. About guys, what do you think about should I do this live stream for elections? I think it's just for I want to do it personally. Like, it's not about the elections. I wonder if I can do it the 24 hours live stream, something like that, to know the results with you, at least for the polls. It could be interesting. Yes, we have the military map update. There is the confirmation that the Ukrainian forces withdraw from the territory, the plateau I told you yesterday. So we have the confirmation about it from the deep state that the Russians also took Tsyrkina. As I told you, like the next week they're going to occupy Tsyrkina, and they did it. And they're now going southbound in an attempt to take the big part of the Ukrainian group encircled. So it's big problem for now. The Russians take that they have the free way, after all, with no defense. Yep, the situation there is turmoil. I mean, it's also strange from the Ukrainian side that it wasn't really prepared with its significant defense lines. I cannot understand it. I already shared the video how, our soldier, our guy who went to Pokrovsk, he shared the video how local authorities ordered to plant the flowers in the park instead of using the same tractors to dig the trenches. It's... I got the comment like this: the part of the help from the European Union was sent to Ukraine to ensure that the infrastructure is working fine. So the flowers are the part of the infrastructure. I don't think so. So yeah. Good evening from Finland. What do you think about the support we have given to Ukraine so far? Huge thank you for the job you do keeping us informed. Yeah, Finland also helps a lot. I mean, you don't have the long-range weaponry, but still, the support is good from Finland. The best support you did is you joined NATO. And now the border with Russia and NATO increased by 2 times. So that's the huge support. And now Russia forced to keep the part of the forces there. Any info on the Russian commercial airlines maintenance labs? As you see, they're flying. They cannibalize many of the airplanes, but still they can fly. I agree with you, Dennis. That's why I asked today. Again, it changes the day by day. Yeah. Ike. I hope I spell your name correctly. Spawning flowers. No, just simple flowers. Bye bye, UTV. Yes, wanted to hand the Donbass to Russia to try and manage escalation. Like, no country will recognize the occupied territories. Well, maybe North Korea will do, but or maybe Belarus as well, but they're not going to handle it to Russia. They want to force Ukraine for dealing with Putin, but Putin wants to go further. He wants all of the Donbass, all of the Zaporizhia Oblast, and Kherson back. They have children, yes. Huge thanks to all countries who support Ukraine. You show leadership to American leaders. Thank you. Do you think different military leaders will focus more on defense in the East? Maybe. I have the response for the notice. Alright, sorry. Do you think that the United States will finally give a green light for long-range weapons? Absolutely. Before elections? No. After elections. How can American donate to buy Ukrainian drones? United 24. There are many of the organizations. It's hard to tell, really. Don't forget Trump and Spain were good close friends. Also, Trump called P. Diddy his friend. Talk about the rainy season in Ukraine. It will start in October, this month, late October. Dennis, then will we see you on your motorcycle again? I told you I may publish some of the private videos on the other channel. November 17th. Operator Starsky. Yeah, I did the video with him recently. Why are your eggs... Dennis, did you see the Israel airstrike on Lebanon? They struck a supplied pole. Quintin, thank you for your generosity, for your kind support. Let me check news. Jerusalem. Let me check breaking news. There nothing. No new news. Everything is calm. They want timed out again. Good morning from Haifa. Good morning. Shalom. Even to Ukraine losses ground little every day, they still make Russia pay big with losses. If this keeps up, will Ukraine try to go on a counteroffensive due to Russian depletion? Yeah, there is the chance, as times say, that if Russia doesn't announce the new mobilization, Ukraine has the chance to go on a counteroffensive the next year with enough military support and long-range weaponry permission. But potentially Russia has an enormous resource of their population, like they may mobilize around 20 million men into their army. 20 million men. Ukrainian population totally now is around 30 million, even less, some say. Ukraine may mobilize around 3 million soldiers, if in case of total mobilization. I mean, the soldiers who will be capable. So, as you see, it's just a huge gap. And to understand that, if we speak about the long-term war, that Russia is able, after all, to continue it, and also there are some of the countries which are okay buying Russian oil, trade with Russia, like China, India, Southeast Asian countries, Latin American countries, African countries, Turkey, Middle East countries. They're more or less okay with Russia, even after what they've done. So they keep the Russian economy alive. It's impossible to control, to lower down the oil prices. And, tensions in the Middle East, they influence oil prices a lot. They make them even higher, which is profitable for Russia. So Russian economy, I don't think that it will collapse like in a couple of years. No, it will continue because we see the support from the other countries. Yes, Russia now has to deal with the sanctions. Some say that yuan is limited for buying the oil and gas in Russia, but after all, China does it. And Russia has some of the allies as North Korea, which support artillery shells a lot to Russian Federation. So I don't think that, and Russia also has lots of the military development. They still produce tanks, produce armored vehicles, some of the airplanes. They obtain the spare parts from the Western countries, while the third countries, yes, they lose tanks more than they produce, but after all, it's not time to think that Russian economy may collapse. And Russia may continue this war for a long time with their resources. So for Ukraine, it's important to keep up the military support, but we see that this year it declined a little. So Ukraine obtains, for example, Leopard 1 tanks, mostly from Denmark and Germany, but it should obtain Leopard 2. Like the most modern military equipment, but Ukraine obtains some other stuff, which is very old sometimes. So this big war is all about resources. Whoever has more resources wins. Russia has other internal problems with their society, with their people who are coming back from the war and disturb that society even more. Now we see the clashes like from 90s between Dagestans, Chechens, pro-Putin's powers. They're all involved in the clashes because after all, after the sanctions, there are less resources available, let's say in Russia, and the fight is ongoing between the powers in Russia for those actives, and we see that this fight is already getting bloody. Like, for example, for the Wildberries, the biggest Russian private sales company, which sells products. It's like the Russian Amazon, kind of the restricted compared to Amazon, but still. The company worth is $7 billion, I think. And there is the fight between FSB, Dagestan's Roof, it's called, and Chechens, Kadyrov himself personally. And there was the shooting in the Wildberries office. And now, the problem for Russia now, for Russian society, that basically you can do all over stuff, like any sort of the crime, and still be okay with it. Russia will send you, even before the prison, now Putin signed the order that even before the prison, you can go to the war, and the crime you committed is, the investigation is basically frozen. So you can do whatever you want in Russia, not against the Russian regime, yes, but every sort of the crime, economical crime, or the actual assassination of something, and Russia will send you to fight in Ukraine, and you may lose yourself on the way to the war, like get out from there or go to Ukrainian prison or whatever, just not to be killed there. So there are some of the way outs. Or if you fight, Russia, after all, may cancel all of your wrongdoing and order you honored with a Medal of Honor or something like that. So the criminals became heroes in Russia now. So that will disturb the Russian society a lot. And actually, the potential ceasefire, could be even profitable for Ukraine in that case. Yeah, obviously, if Ukraine joins NATO, because Russians who will be coming back to Russian society, they'll ruin it. The same stuff actually happened in Afghan war and Chechen wars. Then the criminal activity upscaled to almost like to the moon, as people like to say. So that will disturb the Russian society. The limited resources, as I told you, there will be clans. There are already clans. So 90s are already happening in Russia. And it's so diverse. I mean, Russia is so diverse that if there will be one more Prigozhin, it will happen for sure. Like, let it be Kadyrov, who knows? If he wants to get Kremlin under control, because he has the ambitions for sure, he will just ruin Russia from inside. There will be there are anti-Chechen powers, like FSB is not okay with Kadyrov. The Russian military intelligence GRU is not okay with Kadyrov. Prigozhin was not okay with Kadyrov. But Putin is loyal to him. Now Putin is more loyal to Kadyrov than Kadyrov to Putin, because after Wildberry's case, then Kadyrov was really using the force, killing even some men. He wasn't arrested. I mean, his men even were not arrested. Now they're all freed, and some of them signed the documents to join the Russian army. But actually, they were already in the Russian army, because Ahmad is the part of the Russian army. So what is happening in Russia shows the weakness of the Russian regime. Really, it's like that. They think Ukraine will stop on the Russian push. And do you think Ukraine will recover from this? Yeah, Ukraine will finally stop the Russian advancement. You keep up updates every single day. How do you manage to work every single day without burn? I already burned out. You just do not mention. Remember to care of yourself. Every day I record a video, I don't have the enthusiasm for that, to be honest with you. Then I film some of the stuff on my aviation channel. It's much better for me personally. So I burned out, but it's my duty to film videos every day. And it's my job, like full-time job. That's why I film. Do Ukrainians think America is a really weird country? No. I mean, why should it be weird? It's not like European country, it's different. But I think Russia is more weirder than America. Like Americans, they also have some sort of the level of patriotism, which you may rarely find in European countries, like USA. USA is the best country. Like, maybe it's too much of that stuff, because after all, they're the countries. I wouldn't say that they are better than the United States, but, I never say that Ukraine is the best out there, the country, the best of the best, even though I'm Ukrainian. There are much better countries. That's why Ukraine needs to evolve to reach those. Most Americans couldn't find Ukraine on the map. Trump is one of yeah, what I like, what I don't like about the USA, like that this culture went, I think, down a little. The new generation Z, they really. But it's up to people. If you want to learn more, you will learn more. And America gives you the opportunity to be a scientist, to be a sportsman, to be whoever you want. But in general, if you don't want to reach those heights, no one will push you. Like that's why the most part of the society is is in lack of education. It's my personal opinion, guys, based on experience with Americans. I mean, I worked with them in Indonesia. There were some of the Americans who were great. Like they have great power of the knowledge and everything, but a couple of the pilots were like tractor drivers. If we speak about education, will you get ever back to work in airline? If I lose my YouTube channel, yes. Mega Motors, thank you. Megalo Motors, sorry. Legal guns are crazy. There are many guns legal in many of the countries. For example, let's take Switzerland. Many people own guns, but there is no gun violence. So after all, it's not about owning guns, right? It's all about the culture of the society. I'm not speaking like the education. I think it's number one. Oh, thank you so much, Market Shift Blush. Thank you so much for membership gifts. I'm not blaming the United States. Like I know that this country is still not ideal. Like I love America. All of the Ukrainians love America, but it's not the ideal country in the world. But it's a perfect country if you want like to reach your goals. Like even if we take Elon Musk, right? He's from South Africa. He didn't manage to rise that high in South Africa. So then he went to the United States. That country gave him lots of the opportunities to reach all of his goals. And even now, then he is against the current United States, the White House administration. No one is pushing him. He has a free speech, to go to the rally of Trump's rally, and say whatever he wants to say. Like it's really good that you have such a freedom in the United States. It's impossible in Russia, and even Ukraine is far to reach that level of expression, of freedom, of democracy. So USA is, I think, is a great, great country. But it has its own flaws. There is no perfect country in the world, but there are, I would say, even better country than the United States out there. But I would say the United States is the best country if you want to achieve something. If you have this project, it's better to move to the United States to do it. For investment, for everything. For ideas, absolutely astonishing opportunities there. There are very few that get an opportunity to get the level Elon did. I think he even started off with money. Yes, he started with money, but he reached such a... I think it would be impossible for him to reach that level in South Africa. Like there are many of the rich people around the world, right? But just Elon Musk won. And it was possible also because of the country. I have relatives in the United States, and that's it. Australia is great, but you can get funding for modern business ideas, it sucks. Yes, in the United States, I heard from Ukrainians who went there with their IT projects, they may get money much easily compared to all of the European countries. That's how United States actually boosting its economy. Also, I heard like United States, it's not the same United States as it was before. That everything becomes more pricey. That the salary is not that high compared to what it was. Yeah, I think it's the trend worldwide. Like people earn relative to the needs, people earn less. The health insurance is expensive. The rent price is expensive. Not even saying about your buying your personal property. Dennis, I agree with you on education. You have to push yourself, and it isn't always easy. Can go far if you want to. Yes, yes. I mean, in Europe, the program I think is more stronger for pupils, for school children, than in the United States. Especially for the languages. Languages and physics, mathematics, I think in Europe, in general, it's much better. What if Poland was the NATO superpower instead of America? Would Ukraine be okay? I think it doesn't matter, Conan. I think it's Poland superpower. We have what we have. Let's speak about the current realities. Finland is the best, Slavo Ukraine. Yeah, I was in Finland, by the way. It was the first European country outside Ukraine which I visited. Helsinki. I went there for that typewriting training. Did you know that the United Kingdom gave land away recently? No. Ah, yeah, it was the small island somewhere. I forgot where. I think it inhabited. I guess I need to switch off the Telegram here. Nice background. Yeah, I just found a random photo on the internet with Ukraine. Be curious to see what Dennis and its community have to say then Israel starts assembling what they call Greater Israel by seizing sections of Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and Saudi. Steve, I don't believe in those conspiracy theories. Like, I don't want to comment even. How do you think if Israel wanted to seize the part of Egypt, why did they give the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt again? They should have kept it in that case, right? Do you think the majority of Ukrainians feel about average Russians? Do they hate all Russians or only those who are in power military? I think majority hates all the Russians, but I'm not one of them. I shared a story on a Telegram about one Russian guy. His name is Ildar Dadin, after whom the article on repeated violation of the procedure for holding rally is called in Russia. So they took the special law, and this guy was the first to go into prison. So in 2015, Ildar Dadin became the first person convicted under Article 12121. The Criminal Code of the Russian Federation repeated violation of the established procedure for the organizing of holding a rally. Later, this article received unofficial name Dadin's article. After his release, Dadin continued to regularly participate rallies, even though they were forbidden, and in March 2022 he immigrated to Poland. In June 2023, Dadin joined the Siberian Battalion fighting on the side of the Ukrainian armed forces, where he received the call sign Gandhi. And, a couple of days ago, there was the report that, unfortunately, this Russian hero, I don't have other words, died because Russians killed him on the front lines. So, do I hate him? Should I hate him? I don't think that all of the Russians are like that, but the great part of the Russian society do support Putin, unfortunately. Dennis, citizen for the perspective. Thank you so much, Grizerman. Thank you for generosity. What will happen if Israel goes to war with Israel goes to war with Iran after Israel retaliates against Iran? How will life be in Israel? No one knows, but it may spark the crisis in Middle East. It will influence oil prices. I already said about it in the beginning of the video. Americans are tired of paying Ukrainian pensions. What can afford rent in? We can't afford rent in America. Tis seen, it's the Russian propaganda. Americans do not pay pensions for Ukrainians. Check out Google and you'll find out. The Finnish movie Talvisotta about the war with Russia is pretty interesting. Dylan, I'll check it out. I'll Google. Thank you. Thanks for your generosity, your support. How do you feel about the United States interference in the 2024 elections in Ukraine? What kind of the interference in elections of the United States? I see we have some of the bots here, pro-Russian bots. Dennis, what do you think of Mark Rutte? He's the classical bureaucrat, nothing more. He'll say he has no this weight. Whatever he does is not his decision, I think. But Stoltenberg was bureaucrat, Mark Rutte is bureaucrat. They're there just to. He will do what he is told to. He will be told to as well. He is not a decisive figure of NATO. America is decisive figure of NATO. Whatever America tells and the United Kingdom will be done in one or other way. Definitely not pro-Russian, just curious how you feel about it. Don't answer if it makes you feel uncomfortable. I don't think that America influenced the Ukrainian elections in 2004. People voted. And Yanukovych tried to be elected without getting enough votes to be elected. That's it. Then he was elected the second time. Yes, he was elected by majority. No one. There was election, I think, in 2010 between him and Yulia Tymoshenko. No one went on riots because those were the fair elections after all. He really won the majority of the votes. But in 2004, no, it wasn't the case. Thanks for working on the channel. It seems most news on the Ukrainian wars is propaganda. That's very pro-Russian or very pro-Ukrainian. Where do you go for actual news that has less propaganda? There is no such a source. You go to Ukrainian propaganda, you go to the Russian propaganda, and you fact check between each other and fact check with some of the facts, real facts. What is actually happened with videos, with other information, like, there are the stories like with the recent airfield that was hit by Ukrainian propaganda say that Ukraine demolished many of the Russian airplanes, fuel facility, oil storage, ammunition depot, pilot training center. And in my initial video, I told, like, from Ukrainian side, we have those news, like Ukraine demolished airplanes, blah, 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 blah. But later on in my next video, the next day, I filmed that this information is not correct, was not correct. Here we have the real satellite images that definitely the grass was burned. NASA satellite, fire satellite detection detected the fire in that region. We see that the aircrafts are intact. We don't know if the shrapnel hit them from the drone, but they didn't burn out. The same we may say about the fuel storage facility. It's intact, ammunition is intact, and the barracks where the pilots live are also okay from the satellite image. But the grass burned, yes. So that's the only point, that's the aim of my channel, to share the truthful news. But at the same time, even after those satellite images appear, I still see that, like, Ukrainian government channels continue to speak about how the Russian airfield was totally demolished. And yeah, that's why I don't watch the government news. Because if you switch them on from every side, you will not have the truthful information. But yes, I watch them as well. It's the part of my job for the preparations, because I need to understand Ukrainian news, Ukrainian way, the view on the situation. Also the Russian news I watch and I read their channels, Z bloggers. I had to read them, but I have to do it. Like, they share lots of the Nazi stuff, like they call us hohols, freaking Ukrainians, and so on. So we're really bad attitude towards. I see that they're really Nazis. Like, even when they bomb Ukrainian cities, they call us, oh yeah, today we hit hohols. So I really see that Nazi attitude from the Russian bloggers, but I have to check them as well, because sometimes they share kind of an interesting news. And usually if they say that they have to retreat from some area, it's usually the truthful news, because they don't like to share the news about their losses, let's say. Then they lose something. So I'm currently... And they have this anti-Harris propaganda and anti-pro-Trump. I can definitely see it, that they are going fully pro-Trump. Nick, thank you so much for your generosity. Greetings to Australia. The Ukrainians say Russia seizing Tuzla Island in 2003 as Putin testing the waters, so to speak, to how the world would react. Yes, there was the case. I was a young guy by the time, and I remember the news on TV that Russia built some sort of the land dam to that island, and there were the tensions, but by the time they ceased, let's say. Trump lost to Biden. And also, Russia shares the anti-Israel rhetorics as well. It's understandable, because, Iran is a friend of Russia, and Russia supports, that's why Russia supports Hezbollah movement and Hamas, so they're on the side on one axis. They also show how they trophy some of the Ukrainian vehicles. Oh, by the way, did you know that Russia wants to block Discord, or partially already blocked Discord in Russia? It's kind of interesting because Russian soldiers are and Russian commanders are using Discord for communication between units. What else they say here on the channel? Russians imprisoned some of the Ukrainians. They did it in Vuhledar and elsewhere. Today I shared the video how they also eliminated some of the Ukrainian prisoners of war. Like they had the order from the higher command that they don't want to handle Ukrainian prisoners and they need to zero them. Luckily, one of those guys, bastards, who killed Ukrainians, he was imprisoned by Ukrainian side by Azov. He gave the short interview on the camera. I shared it on my Telegram channel. They also shared the news which I shared today on Telegram that Sweden sent some of the BTRs to Ukraine, so we have this image. You may also find it on the Russian channels. They're kind of concerned. It's good. Also, Russians share kind of the interesting information that Ukraine might be proposed with the direct steps to enter the NATO membership at the next meeting in Ramstein, which will happen on 12th of April. Nice. I'm more than a citizen in America. I have a badge. Okay. I don't know what does it mean. Do people... Oh, thank you for your generosity, Depik, Jacob. Thank you so much. How do you feel about the channel report from Ukraine is trustworthy? What are some other channels you could recommend? I don't watch a reporting from Ukraine. I watch sometimes Arthur Riley, but he's too much positive as for me. I watch Jake Bro also, but I do not agree with his rhetorics in many of the things. But Jake Bro is good for reviewing the situation in Ukraine. So yeah, why not to watch him too? Other than that, I don't want I don't want to watch anything about the war from the other YouTubers. First of all, I don't have time for it. The secondary, we almost share the same stories. Just, our comments about them are different. If you work for Uncle Sam, then you're government property. Yeah, maybe. I don't work for Uncle Sam, maybe for YouTube. People sometimes do not understand how it's like to be a YouTuber, so they're confused. YouTuber, so I usually say that I work for Google because, Google pays me after all. They pay me kind of differently now because of their strange policy with the content that I was maybe flagged or something by the bots. But still, I get the salary from Google, sorry. So I work for Google. Let's get flight NS. Yeah, I have the flight the day after tomorrow. Hopefully the weather will be good. The weather is terrible here in the Northern Alps. What do you think Ukraine should do next? Defend itself as hard as it can and hold on. That's only what Ukraine can do. It's really hard for Ukraine. If Ukraine signs the agreement with Russia, Russia will attack it for sure. If Ukraine and also Ukraine cannot push Russia away, so there is nothing you can do here really. Like defend, that's the only option. Hi Dennis, thank you so much for the hard work. Greetings from Canada. Greetings. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the activity drop on my live stream, but anyways, we have our guys watching us. Do you support another Ukrainian counteroffensive? AMK Mapping. Is it your real channel? Tell me. Because I subscribe for AMK Mapping on X, I also shared the AMK Mapping in my videos. Then I discovered AMK Mapping. You have interesting analysis. If it is you, about Ukrainian counteroffensive, I even supported it the last year. Yes, it's me. Oh, nice. You have a good reviews. I even supported last year. I believed that it could be like, because every analytics say like, oh, it will be a good offensive. Russians will suffer because everyone was on the wave of Ukrainian success the previous year, so it was advertised as a successful operation, and I also believed in that, but after all, it failed. We understand that from this perspective, it failed. Maybe the same story will say about the Ukrainian operation in Kursk. Who knows? Several more months should continue, and we'll see. That's why this time I'm quite concerned about the possible Ukrainian counteroffensive. Because the last year Ukraine lost probably one of the most capable forces on the south. Like, there were losses, severe losses. Luckily, Ukraine stopped this massive bloodbath at the proper time, because it could have led to disaster for Ukrainian army. And now we see that Russia is taking back the territories which Ukraine was capable to liberate the last year. So I'm telling you the story as it is. How history will remember Biden, in your opinion? Like one more president, nothing more, nothing less. If we check out what happened, well, the United States got out from the pandemic, I would say quite successfully after all. The economy, if we check the numbers, it's rising. So the war happened not in the United States, not with direct involvement of the United States somewhere. Yes, the retreatment from Afghanistan was a shame, let's be honest, but the Ukrainian war actually beaten up this event from the informational scale. So he would be remembered as one more president. I think nothing less, nothing more. As Trump remembered as president, one more. So it's nothing extraordinary happened under Trump. The COVID started, but it started globally. So it wasn't some sort of disaster under Biden's ruling, I think. Or under Trump's ruling, it wasn't disaster as well. That's why you go by simple man, because you're simple-minded. You can bet Russia is watching this. Why are you asking how many pilots Ukraine has? He can ask whatever he wants. I don't know how many pilots Ukraine has, but they have enough pilots for all of the airplanes, I'm sure about it. That's the information I have. That's what I can say. Here comes trolls, Dennis. Time you look a minute, deal with them. You know, I'll try. The best economy in 25 years here during Trump's administration. It grown during the Biden, if you believe the numbers. How likely do you think a Russian nuclear attack is? Quite unlikely to happen in the nearby future, but in a long-term perspective it could be. You know, I don't really like the idea which start to come from Ukrainian information field, from Ukrainian bloggers, Ukrainian influencers, Ukrainian media, that, you know, the Russian rockets, nuclear warheads, they're kind of old. They will not fly. Come on, we shouldn't test that. Like, who told you that? Like, if Sarmat missile kaboomed, it's not the problem with the warhead. Like, it's the test mission for the Sarmat which failed. It shows that Russia is struggling with new technologies. Yes, but all technologies Soviet made, they're working like a clock. So I would say that it's something. Yes, they do maintenance, and some say like Russia didn't perform any kind of the nuclear tests, but it's forbidden according to international regulations to have those tests. The only country which has those tests is North Korea. But United States, Russia ceased those tests. So I still believe that warheads are working. And the delivery missiles are working too. Because they were made not in Russia but in the Soviet Union. The thing that Ukraine shouldn't give up its weaponry under the pressure of Russia, United States, UK. We see that, after all, nuclear weaponry means a lot for the security of the country. That is a great danger because, as I told you, the other countries will be not looking for security guarantees which potentially United States or other allied countries may guarantee on some sort of the sheet of paper, but they will be looking for nuclear weaponry, and that might bring the world into chaos. Have you your own Discord server? Yeah, I have. It's for the aviation, I think. A lot of Americans are trying to holding their nose and voting for what the two parties give us. Okay. Well, if I fly my fiance and I over Ukraine, then the war is over. I have my passport for more than 5 years. We'll see. If you were personally in charge of negotiations, would you allow Russia to keep anything, or must they 100% return pre 2014 bar? Yeah, they should return all the boundaries. Like, Ukraine should never recognize the occupation of the borders. Andrei, greetings to Romania. Keep up the good works. Dennis, our Ukrainian trained. Oh, I don't speak Romanian. Greetings to Romania. Romania rules. Absolutely wonderful nature. Great country. Did you see new Russian attack in Zaporizhia Oblast today? I need to check the AMK mapping. No, today I wasn't really on that. I'll check the channels on Telegram. We'll see. By the way, do you have channel on Telegram? Oh, Professor Gardes explains here. Nice to see you on the chat. There were no reports from the Russian side about their strike in Zaporizhia. Deep state military map says that there is the fight near Torsk, but no one says about Zaporizhia. They say that the enemy today tried to attack Zolota Neva, probably it's the south of Ukraine, but our guys repelled the attack. It's non-starter activity for this day. It's expected that the enemy can strike that part of the front line again if they find the weak spots in our defense. That's what Deep State says. Hit the like button, guys. Guys, check out Professor Gerda's channel. He explains lots of the stuff about Ukraine. Professor Gerdes. I got started because I was watching him. It's a honor for me. Have super chat. Do you think that it would make sense if we made big walls like they did in old ages if we had enough time and money? Would it worth it, since small towns and cities seems to be good barriers? I don't think that with the current drone technologies you will protect the cities. And also you see that Russia uses aviation bombs to bomb the cities. So the walls will not... You may use some sort of the defense lines, trenches to stop the Russian tanks, infantry forces, yes. But from the aerial attacks, they will not help. In a modern-day war, I think it's useless. Like trenches, anti-tank tools, those pyramids, after all, we see that they work. So, yeah. Is Kiev independent, private, or it's the state that owns the newspaper? Kiev independent. Not sure. I need to check out the ground news for that information. They give the ownership for every news media. It honestly is on this channel. It's awesome. Thank you. War news are not only winning or losing, giving the information both sides makes. Yeah, I try to do it like it is not a pro-Russian channel, right? But I want to tell the truth. If Russia is taking something, I'm telling about it. I'm disappointed about it also, but I'm telling about it. Like if Ukraine loses something, and if there are some issues in Ukraine, critical issues, I always tell about them. Unlike on many pro-Ukrainian channels, you will not find just the biased information here. But I still consider my channel as the biased for the pro-Ukrainian side because it cannot be the other way. Thoughts on the entire Kursk situation? It stopped. Ukraine reached its maximum for now, and Russia counterattacks. That's the story. Still, they cannot push Ukrainian forces really fast out of there, but they're taking the initiative. We can see it clearly if you look at any sort of the military map. So, for me, still, I cannot reach. From the very beginning of the Kursk Oblast, I tried to reach why Ukraine started that. I tried to, understand their goals. Really, what's the goal? To take nuclear power plant under control in Kurchatov? Was the goal to, disturb the Russian, to cause them to send their forces from Ukrainian front lines to Kursk? If those were two goals, they didn't work. And we see that Ukraine used one of the best, or if not the best forces there, but the best equipment for sure, like Leopard 2 tanks, the best engineering equipment, everything is there. Check no reports for information about Zaporizhia Oblast. Kamenskaya crossing. Okay, I'll check it out. I have their Telegram channel. Okay, according to the Russian channels, Russian forces have crossed the delta of Dnieper River and entered the northern part of Kamensk, Zaporizhia regions. This is unconfirmed. Recently, Ukrainian defense spokers, okay, Ukrainian defense stated that Russia was preparing an offensive in this area. But they didn't cross the Dnieper. According to the Russian charts, they crossed the Liman, not the Dnieper River. If this information is coming just from the Russian side, I wouldn't trust it at this point. I would wait a little till tomorrow, maybe, because then they started their offensive towards Kharkiv from the north. They were saying that they're like 5 kilometers away from the Kharkiv, that Vovchansk is already taken. So I would trust it for now. But it's concerning, like we should put attention on that. I'll monitor the situation, will update you. Thanks for information on the chat. You see, we're speaking about it. Greetings to Texas. Great, another river crossing. According to the Russian, are you ethnic Russian? There was the video with the advertisement of my DNA test. Actually, I'm mostly Baltic and partially Eastern European. Eastern European could be Ukraine, Russia, Poland. The same DNA, they say. Okay. DNA print. But I thought, like, my father is actually from the Russian, comes from the Russian territories, from Kuban. But Kuban is the place where Catherine the Great sent Ukrainian Cossacks, so it's really hard to say. And my mother is fully Ukrainian. I thought, at least. Do you think that Russian people will ever move beyond their pleasant South mindset? Do the people understand China wants Siberia? Christopher, thank you for your generosity and your kind support. I think Russian people will not move. I think there will be internal clashes in the Russian society, but it will not be a huge revolution of the ordinary Russians against the Russian elite like it was in 1917. I think that Russia will be like eating itself from inside little by little. It will collapse like the Soviet Union. Maybe more bloody variant. What are your feelings when you left Ukraine, Dennis? I will tell you once, but not today, alright? I'll tell you a little later. Greetings from your DNA land, Lithuania. Yes. Everybody wants the Arctic. That is the least half what this war is about. Elmao. Arctic. Not sure about it. What I think then, could Ukraine be able to produce own ballistic missiles to attack Russian military equipment on the Russian territory chose from Tbilisi? Gamarjoba. Ukraine announced that it already successfully tested the first produced ballistic missile, but I don't think that Ukraine has the capability to produce ballistic missiles massively right now. But it could be the awesome solution for limited targets. Why do you think Russia would collapse? Oh, there are many reasons. Such regimes are, as in Russia, they do not live forever. The country is, after all, under the sanctions. Their economy will not collapse, but their economy will deteriorate till like it was in the Soviet Union in 80s. Russia is so diverse that people inside are so divided. You may ask every Russian, their society is very divided. And under this pressure, they will eat each other. The people who are massively coming from Ukrainian war into Russia will disturb the Russian society. The crime rate is skyrocketed there. And this basically will conclude Russia. It will finish it. This process is like imminent. It was imminent even without this war. The war just escalated everything. It makes everything much faster. For Ukraine, it's just Ukraine is the time to hold on. The worst thing for Ukraine is to, first of all, to sign the peace deal with Russia without any security guarantees, like Minsk II agreements. It will just lead to one more war, which could be even bigger, like Russia will use more army than the last time, than in 2022, and they will try to occupy everything. By the time our allies will not be on time to provide military support for Ukraine like it was the last time as well. They were not on time. So Russia wants to learn, like it learns on its mistakes, and it wants to create the scenario for the military defeat of Ukraine. And one of those scenarios are the second Minsk agreements, which will be absolutely violated by Russia. It's 100%, and Ukrainian government representatives, they always say about that. Now I'm also saying about that. That is the road to nothing. But if Ukraine gets some of the security guarantees, like NATO membership, first of all, that would work. Do you think Ukrainians and Russians could become friends again in our lifetime? No. In our lifetime, no. Even now, there is the special attitude towards Germans in some of the countries. And just imagine the time passed since the Second World War. Like even in Ukraine, something was... F-16s are coming from Netherlands. Yes, I share those news. $10 million F-16s go till... No. Ukraine obtains kind of a limited number of those airplanes. I don't trust Minsk agreements, and I don't trust Minsk. Minsk. Yeah. But guys, saying that like yesterday or the day before yesterday, a Ukrainian MP told that Ukraine should go to Belarus, with limited forces, and Belarus army will surrender. It sounds not so good. Like, why should Ukraine have the conflict with one more country? Like, I understand that Belarus is dependent on Russia, like it's one more oblast of Russia, but still it's not attacking Ukraine with its army. It will just escalate even more. Ukraine will need lots of the resources for that possible strike, and Ukraine needs the army on the east. So the Kursk operation is kind of this standstill now. Why should Ukraine? And that MP was, I'm sure that they'll surrender to Ukraine. Are you sure? Can you go there yourself? No, you'll sit in your office, in your cabinet, kind of comfortably. But our guys will go there, yeah? You think so? Plus, Belarus obtained the nuclear weaponry and openly say that it will use it against Ukraine if Ukraine goes there. So if Belarus attacks Ukraine, yes, obviously, Ukraine should defend. But to start one more military conflict with one more country, It's and Medvedev already he told like Ukraine wants to escalate to Belarus. Russia will protect Belarus with everything it has. Maybe they're bluffing, maybe not. What will your content be after the war in Ukraine? I don't know. I have ideas, but those are probably will not work. Maybe film something on this channel, we'll see. I'm now creating lots of the I'm thinking about lots of the stuff. How is Palinitsa pronounced in Ukrainian, and how do you Russians incorrectly say it? Maybe you don't know, but I was not in Ukraine during all my childhood, and for me, I didn't pronounce Palinitsa properly at first, but later on, yeah. Usually Russians pronounce it as Palanitsa. Palanitsa. In Ukrainian, it's Palanitsa. So you can also say Ukrzaliznytsa. So Russians will never say it properly. Ukrzaliznytsa. You have this ts, I, at the wrong points of the word from the Russian perspective. So they will have Ukrzaliznytsa, something like that. What do you think about 2025 USA election? 2025? I think it's 2024 here, 2024 here. So I think it's nothing about 2025 elections. Do you speak the language well where you are now, Dennis? No. Palanitsa, ne Palanitsa. Yep. Don't cast your pearls to botniks, Dennis. 2024, sorry. I think that they will influence Ukraine like a lot, and at the same time not critically. Like, I don't think that, for example, if Trump gets the power, the war in Ukraine will stop immediately. He will be able to negotiate and call Putin, call Zelensky. He says it will not work. The only thing that Ukraine obtains less weaponry under him. How similar are Ukrainians and Russian language? Could you understand each other? John Wolf, thank you for your kind support. Some of the sentences you can understand. Some of the words are understandable, but some are completely different and looks more like Polish. Like, for example, I don't know how to say it in English. I know how Ukrainian in English. Lupa. It's not magnified. It's no lupa. It's перхоть. Перхоть. So, for example, this word
dandruff,
which you have in here sometimes, it's called in Russian перхоть. In Ukrainian, it's called lupa. So completely different words. Absolutely different. And there are many of the words like that. So for me, then, I first came to Ukraine. I was in the 11th grade in a school. And I was only a Russian speaker by the time. By the way, today I'm also the Russian speaker. It's just more comfortable for me because it's my mother language. And in the school, we have everything in Ukrainian. So I was reading those books, and at first for me it was like reading some sort of the Chinese. You also have different names for physics, mathematics, like pressure is tisk in Ukrainian. In Russian, it's davlение. So completely different words. I didn't understand what they're speaking about. But, after a while, after half a year, I was kind of okay with Ukrainian. I even wrote dictation in Ukrainian quite well. So, yeah, I was okay. So if you know one Slavic language, Ukrainian is not a big issue for you after some time. Politicians lie. Yep. What fantasy land are you in? She has lots of the sounds. There is the speaking between. You're speaking between each other. Trolls are giving lots of hits tonight. Okay, I don't read those comments. You don't give. Okay. Time to drink, Dennis. I already drank my vitamin water. Already. Nothing to drink. So does Ukraine just have different nouns or adjectives, or is there no structural reasons? Yes, for the grammar it's very similar. Just slight differences for the grammar. Very light. Just words different, or they mean something different. Sweden will always stand with Ukraine. Great. Remember the stolen yeah. One rice, thank you for your generosity. Agree with you. Russia really, and they adopted lots of the Ukrainian children who will be grown as Russians, with no Ukrainian identity. Maybe they would never know that they were Ukrainians. Only $2. Yes, it's a lot. Time to relax, Dennis. I'm relaxing here. Maybe we'll finish the stream after some time. Still have some other activity, not as at the beginning, but is the normal video coming out? I'm not sure. Hopefully. Hello, Slava Streams. Thank you. Yeah, it's the opportunity to speak with you directly. On the other side, those children are alive. Yeah, cannot agree more than that, but still they shouldn't be taken away to some sort of the families without their agreements. So luckily now Qatar actually plays a great role as a mediator between Ukraine and Russia, and those children little by little are getting back to Ukraine. Because sometimes they're also taken from Ukrainian parents. What are your plans to get back to aviation? I'm in aviation. Not in commercial aviation, but in private one. Now, Dennis in Ukraine, thank you so much. Love your videos. Been watching for a while from Canada. Greetings, David. Are you sad? For the last maybe year, I'm sad. Mostly. But there are some of the bright moments in my life as well. Like everywhere. I'll be happy then the war is over. I will not say that I'm tired of the war because I'm not at the war, but I'm sure that our guys are tired, and I hope it comes to the end. But I don't see the end, even though some of the politicians, some of the countries, organizations, they push mostly Ukraine. They push Ukraine for negotiations with Russia. I don't see that the war is going to end soon. You look tired also. Yeah, because it's 3:49 a.m. Why are you not fighting for your country? Because I'm not the soldier. I've never been into military. Why don't you ban these trolls? I don't know, I'm too lazy to click. Maybe I should remove. Oh, just remove the message. Hide from the channel. Okay, so they will not ban. John Wolf. Nice name you have. Like the person in some sort of the movie. Thank you for your generosity, your kind support. You're a huge support. I hope you are okay on everything ends well. Love from Greece. Greeting to Greece. I flown to Greece during my training to Ancona. Oh no, it is Italy. I flown to Athens, really. Athens. We had the flights between Istanbul and Athens, cargo flights, delivering some of the newspapers. Flying every night. Nighttime flying, it's terrible. I slept during the daytime, I flown during the nighttime. That's what I do now. Also active during the night. Maybe night is my time. Dennis, will you go back to Ukraine after the war to fly commercial plane again? Love from Austria. I think there will be not enough, jobs available by the time. I mean, Ukrainian economy will shrink. We see the massive decline in population, so there will be not enough demand for the big airline. For the small airline, I think they'll have enough pilots. So I think if I go flying somewhere, it will be the United States. Because they have lots of the jobs, they have all the time. So maybe if something goes wrong in my channel, I'll try to move to United States to fly there. In Europe, I also would like to fly, but I don't have the European passport, and it's the requirement for the local airlines to fly. Like they have some of the exceptions in some of the airlines, like Wizz Air, but after all, if you want to access the market, you should have the European passport, and for me, it's a long story to obtain it. American working abroad. Thank you for the daily updates. You report the bad news and amplify the good news. I hope to visit Ukraine again soon. Keep up the good reporting. Douglas Ebert, thank you so much for your generosity and your awesome support. Yes, I have to report all of the news, good, bad, as it is. Thank you. Then let's come to Netherlands. You can work for KLM or Transavia. It's kind of hard to get to KLM even for the Dutch person. And I have to learn Dutch for it, so it's not an option. Dennis, how you see end of the war, because neither of the side are powerful enough to beat other. So think it will end like North and South Korea, some buffer zone. Sorry for my English. Oh, my English is also not good. But your English is good. I could understand your question. So, Obi, I think it will not be the North and South Korea, because after all, Russia wants to occupy those territories, right? North Korea is the different country created, which should have not be recognized actually by United Nations. I don't think that this variant is possible for a long-term perspective. I think that the ceasefire is possible with the Ukrainian NATO membership, which will last for an uncertain period of time. And then the Russian regime changes. Ukraine has the opportunity to deoccupy those territories, I hope peacefully. English is superb, then no, it's not. You can get a free airline ticket to move the United States from the Democrat. The Korea situation is likely to the Republic of Vietnam. You mean that Russia will occupy all of the Ukraine? I don't think so. Like, people in Ukraine are against Russia. They lost many of their relatives. They will never take the ruling of Russian regime. Even if Russian forces will go to Kiev, they will not be able to hold their ruling. David Deem, thank you so much for your generosity and your awesome support. Try working for a Latin American airline. Nice weather and good pay for how cheap it is. Should I cheat? No. Cheap, yes, it is cheap. Relative to Europe, it's cheap. The cheapest country and more or less comfortable from what I saw, it's Vietnam. The salaries there are low for locals, but if you earn like from independent source, if you work from home, I think Vietnam is wow. For the money can buy, it's one of the best countries. Why are Ukrainian losses never mentioned? I always mention those. Like, if I have some of the data, I always mention those. Even I tell about those, then I mention the Russian losses as well. Like, for example, recently, Mark Rutte, the new Secretary of NATO, said that Russia lost 500,000 soldiers wounded and KA. Well, in that case, if we take the standard ratio, if Russia is attacking and losing 3 times more soldiers compared to Ukraine, in that case, Ukraine lost 160,000 soldiers at least. But our Ukrainian government and Zelensky say that no, Ukraine hasn't lost that many. But if you check all of the Ukrainian cemeteries, if you ask everyone in Ukraine, basically, who lives in any kind of the town, if they are not in the Mars, if they are not locked at home, they understand what is happening. If you go to Maidan, the Square of Independence, and if you check out how many of the flags are there in the local park, because for each loss, like, it's the tradition, it's not done for everyone, but it's like a tradition to take small Ukrainian flag and go and put it to the ground in the park of Maidan, for people to see how many losses Ukraine has. And there are thousands and thousands of those flags. In the Ukrainian cemetery, there are thousands and thousands of Ukrainian flags. And the Wall Street Journal, I guess, came out with the numbers of 80,000 losses of Ukrainian soldiers. Zelensky said, no, it's not true. I agree that it's not true, but Zelensky told that Ukraine lost less forces. I say that Ukraine lost more, 2 times more. We see the real picture. This war is not just brings not just the crazy losses for the Russian side, but also for Ukraine. Yes, Russia loses more, but they have more people, potentially more resources. So, yeah, I should be honest with you, and I tell it openly. We are not in a fairy tale. It's the war. Zelensky is the liar. I wouldn't say so. He goes with his own propaganda, his own mindset. Patrick, thank you so much for your generosity and supporting the channel. What area of Ukraine do you live? I left Ukraine, if you didn't know. Good job, by the way. Always enjoyed your daily report. Patrick, I'm originally from Sevastopol, Crimea. I was born there, and then I was 2 years old. I moved to Tashkent together with my family just before the Soviet Union collapse. After the Soviet Union collapse, my parents still had a job in the local airline, in Aeroflot. Aeroflot was reformed by the time in Uzbekistan Airways, and I stayed there with my family in Tashkent because they had a job out there. So we stayed in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, the capital city. I was grown up there, but I was like originally from Sevastopol. So every summer I went to visit my grandparents in Sevastopol in Crimea, spent nice time in the Black Sea, wonderful place, nice beaches and everything. Have had a really nice childhood, let's say. And after a while, our parents decided to move to Ukraine back. Then I was 15 years old. And we went to Borispol, which is not far away from the Kiev city, with a big airport, the biggest one in Ukraine, because my parents obtained job over there. And yes, since that time I started to live in Ukraine. It was in 2003, and I was living there for almost for 19 years. Yeah, for 19 years in Borispol. Later on, I became a pilot. I started to fly first of all, from many of the airports in Ukraine, then from Zhulan airport, then went to Indonesia for a couple of years because my airline went bankrupt. And after a while, I started to fly from Borispol, my hometown. And after the war started, the full-scale war, and I left Ukraine. That's the long story short. Just for you to understand. Why is Dennis streaming so long? I don't know. Just maybe I don't want to record the video for you. That's why I put my energy for the stream to have a break. Maybe, I'm gonna stream, I'm gonna sleep, then I will wake up, I'm gonna review the recent news upload. It will be maybe afternoon of today. We'll do it like that. Dennis, I hope you and your family are well. Yes. The world doesn't even know yet that America was testing ground for the Poseidon torpedo. As you're young, you can be anything, which I see. I'm not that young, I'm 37. If we speak about the active life period, I mean up to 70. The active period is then I would say from 18 years old, or maybe even from 20 till maximum 70. So we have this gap of 50 years. And I would say I'm somewhere in the middle already. Because after 70, your health and everything will go down. Bam. Trump is 79. You've been on 3 hours, don't you get tired? Yeah, I'm okay. A little bit pain in the throat, but it's fine. Join the Air Force. Alex, I would if I can. No one would take me to the Air Force. Well, explanation once again for those people who are following me for not a long time. If I would like to join the Air Force, it doesn't mean that they will accept me. To become a pilot in the Air Force, you need to have the training for it in the Air Force Academy, and to have the officer grade, to be lieutenant at least. I have no military experience. I haven't trained at any sort of the military college of Ukraine or any state. And there is no chance for me to be accepted there. Even the Ukrainian commercial pilots who had like good English, good flying experience, they were at first sent, like my mate was sent to the trenches to fight there. He was shocked, like with experience, with English, with everything. He could have been a good pilot for Air Force, really. But no, Ukraine sent him to the trenches for the training. At first, 1 month of the training you go, and then you go to Pokrovsk or Donetsk, or by the time it was Bakhmut. And we contacted higher generals, even went to the deputy of the Ministry of Defense to get him out of there. So Ukraine still, it's the Soviet system still there, We need men. We don't care what your experience is. We need people there, so we're going to throw you there. But they don't think that the people with that background, they could be more effective, operating drones. They may help Ukrainian pilots, for example. They may go with them to the United States for the training, or to Romania for the training on F-16s, because many Ukrainian military pilots, they do not know English that well as the Ukrainian pilots from commercials. But commercial pilots, they understand the same systems, they understand English, so they may like to get to translate or to get this familiarization stuff for Ukrainian military pilots. Because we know, like I know, the principle, the philosophy of the Western-made vehicles. For me, it doesn't matter if it's Boeing or F-16. I know the terminology. I know how the flight instruments are working there. So for me, everything is more understandable. Yes, I don't have the military experience, but I understand how this whole philosophy works. I wasn't flying the Soviet aircraft, I was, but it was a long time ago. Our guys flown the Soviet aircraft MiGs and so on, so they're different from philosophy compared to F-16. So our guys could help with that, but Ukrainian military, they somehow sent our friends, like my colleagues, to fight in the trenches. It's crazy. And Max, the name of the guy, finally he was taken out from the infantry forces, and he was sent I think it's to fly as the first officer on Antonov 26, the transport airplane, with his experience. It's the best thing we could do. So, yeah, I wish I was in the Air Force, maybe. Yeah, actually, it was my dream to apply for Air Force, but to United States, because I understood that by the time I was 17 years old in Ukraine, the Air Force was just collapsing. This butlers. Thank you so much for your kind support and generosity. My uncle was a captain in Air Canada Love Airflying. David L. Lima, thank you so much for your support. So yeah, that's why I'm saying, guys, that in my videos that the Ukrainian army should be reformed, and because of that. Feline Brian Smith, thank you for the gift membership. How does it feel being a historic person? I'm the ordinary guy, I'm not a historic person. Everyone could have started this channel and do the same stuff as I did. Actually, there are many more bloggers, vloggers, YouTubers who do the same stuff as me, so nothing extraordinary, guys, about me. Absolutely. Maybe I'm kind of the personality that attracts someone, because I try to be very honest with you. Tell absolutely everything, because I have nothing to hide. That's why maybe we have this relationship on the channel. A vote for Trump is basically a vote for Vance, considering Trump's advanced age. Maybe, yeah. And Vance is now anti-Ukrainian, as we may hear from his rhetorics, but he is not a man of his word. So he may change his attitude every moment, based on the outside factors as well. Squawk 7700. Crazy to think that almost every man, like in Finland, had army training, 900,000, which 280,000 active reservists. So you don't have to ask if you had the basic training. Everyone has it. Had maybe. No, it's not like that. I today heard the information from the Polish general that they want to apply mandatory service for the servicemen, that they expect that this generation will face the war with Russia. Kamala will give us socialism. Yeah. I think it should be the balance between socialism and total the capitalism. So the balance between socialism and capitalism is important. Like there should be the social guarantees, but not the full capitalism as we sometimes say it, because the corporations and the banks will rule your life fully, like they do mainly, but there should be the social background as well to protect the people, those who need it. I haven't been playing the games for a very long time, but recently I wanted to play a long time ago the Cyberpunk 2077. I downloaded it on my PC, but I don't really have the time to play it. That's why I read some of reviews, saw some of the YouTube videos with it, and the atmosphere is really depressing. That's the future if like corporations will have the full power. Make billionaires pay their share, yeah. Thanks, Dennis from Canada, for trying to present the unbiased information. Slava Ukrainian. Героям слава. Ken, thank you. I play Cyberpunk in VR. Oh. How can you do it? On PlayStation? Mm-hmm. English is cool, Dennis. Yeah, your Danish is cool. Oh, not Danish. You're from Netherlands. Your Dutch is cool. It is cool. You should play Alien Isolation. That video game scared shit out of me. I think I created, the Twitch channel. I thought, to play some of the military games there. But I don't have time for it, I understood. I have many thoughts, like how to make my social experiments in the social media, also many YouTube channels, etc. But found out that I have not enough time. Trump won't say out loud he hates Putin. That would be stupid. I think he doesn't hate him, after all. I love the background, that's cool, yeah. Why not just play on Airbus? They have joystick, they have side stick. Don't tell Airbus pilot that they have joystick. They have side stick. What are your comments on Zelensky victory plan? Well, thank you at first, Cloth Tube, for your awesome support. Zelensky has a peace plan. It was presented to our allies fully. He said that he will present it partially to Ukrainian people. So far, he hadn't done it, or hasn't done it so far, yeah. But from the Western media sources, we understand that mostly it's not the plan, but the list of the demands from Western countries about the military support of Ukraine. To conclude, there is the NATO membership of Ukraine and the permission to use the long-range weaponry, plus the long-term support of Ukraine. Nothing really new, nothing really to discuss about the peace plan. It was just the plan of Zelensky to visit the United States, and he presented it. Oh, guys, thank you so much for your generosity, for your kind support. Patrick Flea, thank you. Norman Patterson. I realize YouTube takes 30%, can't afford much. Guy, it's not obligatory, it's just if you want. Fly Brian Smith, thank you so much for your generosity. Nice avatar you have with this plane. You know that this particular plane also could be a seaplane. So the plan of Zelensky is like, from what I heard from the Western media, it's the demand, like not the demand list, but the wish list. That's it. There is no like strategy, huge strategy behind it. No, don't play Aryan Isolation. That's the game that hates everyone that plays it afraid. Okay, I will not play it. I don't like horrors. Your videos are great, thank you. Those are 242, thank you. I thought about, this content. You may call me strange, but I like to watch the videos from Penguin Zero. Probably if you're from older generation, you will not understand me, but this guy on YouTube I would say for decades. Yes, it's not the type of the content I produce, but to relax, I watch him, and sometimes he shares the news about something happens weird. Not about politics mainly, but about some drama stuff on YouTube and outside YouTube, basically. I also play video games, so I thought maybe to produce this kind of the content after all, because it doesn't require me to travel, because maybe to stay at the same studio. He's kind of generous, that's why I like him. He's kind of open-minded and really respects his audience, and I took that stuff from him, from Charlie. His name is Charlie, the channel Penguin Zero. He has, I think, 14 million subscribers, and each his video is like 1 million views at least, and he films every day and also live streams. So I took that stuff from him. So generosity and everything. Oh, Neil, thank you so much for your generosity and your support. It's a huge. Thank you for what you do and how you stay open and truthful. I live in the United States and tell everyone the United States should do everything necessary to make sure that Ukraine takes back everything to 1991 border. Appeasement has never worked. Yes, and we have to stop Russia now. I wish your politicians also think the same. Neil, thank you again for your kind support. You're awesome. Yeah, the thing is that people in America mostly, they're pro-Ukrainian. They support Ukraine like more than 60%. They for the increasement of the military support, but politicians, they think differently. And I still think that politicians do afraid of the Russian collapse. That's why they support Ukraine just, to withstand in general against the Russian strikes, not to win. Yeah, unfortunately. And if Kamala Harris, where are you? I like those flags, Kamala Harris. I also have the Trump's one. Kamala Harris, if she wins, I don't expect a huge change for Ukrainian military support. Like, it will be the same as in Biden's administration. Ukraine will just obtain the limited amount to continue to fight, not for repelling the Russian forces out. Unfortunately. But under Trump's administration, it could be even worse. Trump made lots of terrible deals in his life. including the deal with North Korea. After all, it didn't change anything. See a YouTuber, History Legends. He's pro-Russian, I think. You may say that I present the bad news, good news, right? The different points, blah, blah, blah. But he really sometimes gives the information right from the Russian perspective. Only from the Russian perspectives. Is it trash? Yeah, I agree. I believe that he gets the money from Russia. Those flags are also my favorite. Mia, Sue, thank you so much for you're amazing. You are. Thank you for your generosity and your kind support. I heard about the History Legends and the attitude towards him from other pro-Ukrainian YouTubers, and yeah. History Legends is pro-Russia for sure. He started kind of neutral, but now he's absolutely pro-Russia. Yeah. Also here, I don't watch his videos. I opened one and I saw the Russian flag on his video and I immediately closed it. I understood everything. And other guys' reviews about him are not good. Luckily, we have our own community, pro-Ukrainian community, and our own YouTubers, bloggers. So, yeah. Macho Star, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. Michael Styler. Hope I spell your name correctly. Thank you so much. Greetings from New York. Greetings to New York. Have you ever seen UFOs flying? No. Just a big meteorite was flying. Really big. Flashing, parts disassembled. It was collapsing in the night skies. It was interesting view. In Donetsk Oblast, by the way. Hello, Dennis. Is the forces of Ukraine dropping leaflets of radios by drones to Russian territory to inform other opinion to stay alive? I believe Kamala will give Ukraine way more support. Davydov, SF area. I don't know, SF area. I haven't heard about the radios, but there is the propaganda coming from both sides. Ukraine, as for Ukraine, I don't remember those cases. I know what Russia does. They put the artillery shells, instead of the explosives, they put papers calling Ukrainian soldiers to surrender, and they send those for a big distance, long distance. That's what I thought, really. From Ukrainian side, probably will do similar stuff. Hopefully Kamala gives Ukraine more weaponry. But relative, like more compared to Trump, I think for sure. But relative to the Biden's administration, I'm not sure. Hello from Olympia, Washington State, USA. Keep up with good work. Thank you. The current problem with the war, sorry. Where is it? I just... Do you like Anna of Ukraine? We did the common video with her. I lost the comment. Okay, enjoy your videos. Thanks, Raise Back. Thank you a lot for your generosity, your kind support. Trump 2024. I also would like to know answer to David Deems. What's the answer? There's David Deems. David, where are you? I need to buy the glasses probably. Your critics won't be happy unless your entire daily video is all bad news for I don't know. I film what I film, guys. Maybe you hate my videos. Maybe you like my videos. There will be always haters. Whatever I do. Like, if I would film cat videos, dog videos, I would have haters. No matter what you do in this entire world, you'll have haters. Especially if your job is public as mine. Especially if you film on topic as mine. But I don't care. I don't care. Sometimes I ban people for hate speech on my Telegram channel, on YouTube as well. Like user 001 or Robert1034 user. If they comment something strange, I ban them. But it's really hard to monitor or, moderate the comments on YouTube. At first, there are lots of the comments, and secondary, there are lots of the bots. I also have the sex bots under my videos, somehow. You just upload the video, and the first comments are in German somehow, and crazy. And I will readers, thank you. Shall I bring your breakfast, Dennis? No. Actually, I don't have anything for the breakfast. Well, fast. Fast is good. Sex bots. Another reason to visit comments, yeah. Maybe one of the bots are a real person. Yeah, I was I can ban people, some people by mistake as well. Like moderators did on my Telegram channel. They ban many bots, but they also ban ordinary people. That's why I took the full responsibility, and I don't have admins any longer. Charlie. I need to look closer. Charles Hill. Hope I spelled your name correctly. Appreciate your videos very much. I impressed my college in NASA with my ability to pronounce the names of Ukrainian cities. Wow. You see, you can pronounce the name of Ukrainian cities, but I cannot pronounce even your name correctly. Sorry about it, but thanks for your awesome support. Trolls have only hate to offer like Trump. Recently I spotted the video on TikTok. There are lots of the political stuff as well, and TikTok is interesting because now I subscribe for one of the German teacher there, and it helps really a lot. She has the live streams, so I learned German on her TikTok videos as well. And there was the video dedicated to Trump, and then he makes fun about Kamala's laugh. We all know the Kamala's laugh, that it's kind of funny. But, I catch the idea that, have you ever heard Trump's laugh? Definitely. I don't remember, but maybe I can try to find the video, but I don't remember that he ever laughed. Like, not smiling, not giggling, like really laughing. It's interesting. I don't remember him doing so. And then Kamala is way different than Biden. She is a prosecutor and she will go after Putin big time. David, I just hope that you're Correct. I have to say that Dennis sex bots show up early. Yep. I'm real. I'm from Texas. Greetings to Texas. It's a fake laugh. Maybe Camel's laugh. It's not a fake laugh. I think it's like kind of honest. I would say you cannot fake that. Ha ha. The goose is cooked. I get that. Putin is weird little guy. Yeah. No, little guys, they do have the complex to. They need to show that they're better. And usually, yeah, people whose height is lower than average, they actually may be kind of successful in the life. Zelensky is also, by the way, his height is lower than average. Putin is funny, yes. The little guys always calls hell. Napoleon, Hitler, now Putin. It's after all, it's not about the height, but you may see that the guys with lower height are could be successful in the life. After all, Trump makes me laugh and cringe. Putin has a movie about Trump, yeah? Lord Dennis loves Kamala. That's so funny, but pitiful. I don't love her. She isn't my lover. But, compared to Trump, I like her more. I can say about it openly. I also happy that my prediction that Biden should step away really worked. After debates, I reviewed the debates and I said like Biden should go, and by the time it was understandable that he should go, and he gone. He stepped away, dropped out elections. Because, in that case, Trump would win 100%. But now, it's 50-50. I'm short to like Putin. It's okay. It's just like one of the theories. It could be wrong. Like, I definitely would trust a school teacher than a salesman. And I remember that at the first it was shocking to hear yours bit also agreed with you in the end. Oh, nice to hear from you. But, I also could be wrong about any sort of the stuff. Then I'm 100% sure I always put my arguments with the facts. If I tell my opinion, I always say, I think, I believe, I guess, in my videos. Andrew Yont, thank you so much for your help supporting Ukraine and Trump 2024. From Brain Beach Island, Washington. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you for your kind support. Wars don't go on forever. Wars don't go on forever. Don't lose hope. Things will be better in a few years. Trump is rude, calls people names, makes fun, and as I'm not good in English, scapegoats people. I also hope after election politicians can focus more on helping Ukraine. Jeremy, Thanks a lot for your generosity. You see, we have two of the supporters separate different opinions. That is what we have on this channel. We have Trump supporters, we have Kamala supporters. As you understand, I lean towards more democratic side, but it's my own personal opinion. You may think differently. I made my mind because Trump supports Ukraine, but he monks Zelensky, for example, who represents Ukraine. So I don't know. I think that Democrats are better in this case for Ukraine, but it's up to Americans to decide after all. I appreciate your representative, Dennis. You're simply the best. No, I'm not the best. There are much better bloggers available. I'm just, I can speak with you about any sort of the topic. Once had relations with future Sophia King bed. I don't know about it. So any news from Israel? Okay, let me check. Maybe they're sleeping. IDF forces targets Hamas terrorists operating within hospital in Deir al-Balah in the Gaza Strip. Biden to mark October 7th with Yahrzeit candling teen at White House. That's where the news. No attack happened this night. It's early morning in Israel already. So, the guess from the big news didn't work. Do you know ATP Geopolitics? I heard about this channel, but no. Doubt Russia will last over 10 years. I also have huge doubts about it based on the situation happens there. I think I should upload more information and tell you more about the internal situation in Russia for you to see the current picture, because here we speak mostly about the Ukrainian front lines, but maybe I should open you information about what is happening in Russia internally, because you'll be actually shocked that how this country is still in one piece. Your father is gonna be drafted into the front lines, Dennis. You gotta go back and fight before they send your mama too. I think I should ban this bot. Hide user from the channel. Super. Bye-bye. Well, first of all, my father is old, and there is no conscription service for females. So what they do is they just botting. I have a friend in Poltava. Where is Luhansk on your map? On my map. How tall are you? I don't know. You should send your babushka from Russia to do. I'm from Texas. I dislike Trump propaganda. Oh, it's kind of the rare case, Brian. Ukrainian drones with Russian drones, who wins? Depends on the quantity of the drones. The quality is better in Ukrainian drones. The quantity is better in the Russian drones. I mean, they simply have the massive drone production on their own factories, but they have lower range drones with less powerful, like with less anti-drone protection capabilities. But they use those massively compared to Ukraine. If we speak about FPV drones, right? Shahid drones or Shahid types of the drones, Russia still wins, even though Ukrainian media says that Ukraine produced more drones, long-range drones, but we see that Russia used those drones more often, like Shahid drones. For surveillance drones, Russia wins. For FPV drones, the quality of Ukrainian drones win. But Russia has lots of them. What else? Ukraine managed to use FPV against the Russian surveillance drones. That's why, according to the latest information, 1/4 of the Russian surveillance drones are only capable to survive their missions. So Ukraine is capable to shut down 75% of the Russian surveillance drones, which changed the situation on the front lines. Why it free counter? I wonder if Iran will be more limited that in what they send Russia. Now that thing are flashing the Middle East. Yeah, we'll see how the things still live. Yeah, still live. Russia interest rates are sky high, inflation in general. As I told you, it's impossible for Russian economy to collapse totally. Like they will struggle, but not totally collapse. I always huge like the videos in the beginning. Thank you so much for it. What do you think will happen with Israel and Iran? Israel will respond, I think, with a limited power, not hitting the Iranian oil infrastructure or nuclear infrastructure this time. I think it will be a response, but limited. After all, it will not lead to the big war between Israel and Iran, and it's not possible because of the geography. What about team mapping? I don't watch, guys, those channels. If Russia makes it through this winter coming up, then Zelensky should think about peace talks. I think that they're already thinking about that. If we believe, for example, Financial Times. Russia isn't capable to defeat Ukraine. I am from Slovakia. Sorry for my government, but Slovakia people are with you. Have many Ukraine friends and work. The strong will be prevail. Yeah, I'm sure that I'm sure that Russia will not win in Ukraine. Even Elon Musk says about it that Ukraine is unable to win and Russia also. I like the 30s predictions. Yeah, okay, I'll check the channel. Russia's war economy not sustainable. Russian warfare is not sustainable too. They rely on their reserves in both cases. But still, they produce lots of the weaponry compared to Ukraine. So it all depends on the Ukrainian support. Yes, your English is good. Now, how did you learn it? And do you get confused with learning German as well? Yes. I speak a few different languages and it gets confusing sometimes. Yeah. With German is a little different, and the problem that German looks like English in many of the cases. I learned English, well, when I was a kid, in a school. I also have some extra lessons, but not too much. I would say that I learned the language after I started to read the books, listen to or watch the movies in English. Like I put myself into the English environment, and also I played the video games. By the time we had just the video games in English, like the games I had like PlayStation 1. My father bought the PlayStation in Malaysia for me. It was wow, PlayStation 1, but all the games like on those cities they were in English. So I had to study to play. Like but fluent, like more or less I was able to speak after I became a pilot, maybe. And I really focused on English. But still, I consider my English is a very plain, but at the same time, it helps people to understand me. Like I speak very, very simply. And people from entire world, they understand what I say. Sometimes my grammar sucks, even in the simple cases. But Dennis, your German sounds very good now. And just start to learn it. It's hard to maintain motivation. Because I don't know then where I will be in the next year or in the next months. I studied the language and I don't know what for after all. Or maybe will stay here forever. I don't know. So I'm quite confused now. It's very uncertain in my life. So English is kind of versatile language now because, and I think even though British Empire mostly collapsed, right? The English continue to live its own life, and it's expanding. It's the official language of many of the countries, and it's international language. It's the working language. I heard that Germany also wants to introduce it as the language for jobs, let's say. So English is the uniting people. But there was the time that the French was leading. And I like how the French sounds. Prigozhin said it would take 2 years to take Donbass region and underestimate. Regardless, you're concerned they will go for more oblasts. Andrei Yunt, thank you for your support. Well, today, I got the news that Ukraine started finally to build some of the defense lines, and even in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. It's the next oblast after Donetsk. And if Russia takes Pokrovsk, they have the opportunity to go further than Donetsk Oblast. They have like 2 ways to go northbound, trying to encircle all of this agglomeration of the cities, Kramatorsk, Slavansk, and so on, or to go westbound towards Dnipro city. Yeah, it's far away, but they may be goal oriented to reach it. Pavlograd city is also not far away, I would say. It's already in the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, so it depends on the Russian. They have pluses, they have minuses for that decision as well. If they go to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, it's more or less. So there are not so many settlements, villages, which Ukraine might use for defense, so they might move faster. If they go northbound, trying to encircle Kramatorsk, Slavansk, there is also profit for them to take control over the Donetsk Oblast in the future, so they may think. But Russia has the chance, but they cannot go to both of the directions simultaneously. They simply don't have, for now, that much resources. If they announce a new mobilization, if they somehow get more weapons to their army, and we see that they may have those. Maybe they may do both steps. Defense already built in Dnipro Oblast. Yes. Bonjour, French Canada. Bonjour. Do you think keeping front line steady will work for Russia in the time they have to left to fight? Didn't get the question, but keeping front line steady will work for Russia. Sorry. What do you think Ukraine might be able to use? Want Canada to contribute beyond what it's doing? I believe Canada doesn't have the long-range missiles, so maybe Canada sent the Leopard 2 tanks, I think, to Ukraine. I could be wrong. I think you have Leopard 2 tanks, not the Abrams. So yeah, all the military support necessary is useful. How many sleep do you need for your update tomorrow, Dennis? Maybe 6 hours is okay. Your eyes are small today, clean today. No. Ukraine needs some Canadian volunteers. Those guys do not fuck around. Volunteers, it's only the solo decision of the particular volunteer to go to Ukraine or not. It's nothing similar to what was in Iraq or Afghanistan. It's the full-scale war with the great risk of losing the life on the front lines. It's like the Second World War with the real battles. So then Russia uses aviation gliding bombs and everything. You may be sitting in your trench and you would never even have the chance to use your Kalashnikov or whatsoever. Then Russian bomb comes and destroys your position completely together with yourself. So it's not the scale of the war as in Iraq, because your enemy has even advantage in the military means compared to your army. So it all comes to the resources and to the weaponry. Yes, Ukraine also has those kind of the tools, but Russia has lots of those too. So if you're a volunteer coming to Ukraine, you should consider that possibility, that you may not return back. How many more mobilizations do you think Russia can do before they reach a limit? Countless. For them, it's not such a huge problem as for Ukraine. Like 300,000 people with mobilization resource of 20 million is like just divide and you'll see it's a huge number. Why won't you fight for your country? Because. Why are you not fighting on the front lines? With the other man immediately to the comments. What do you think Ukraine will look like the war? What do you think Ukraine will look like after the war? Their wipe of demographic issue, of the age, of ability to work, considering the losses, do you think immigration could help? Joshua, the Ukrainian society is more or less monolith from the ethnical perspective. I don't think that immigrants will be really welcome based on the society. It's more like Poland, which doesn't really like immigrants in the country. So I guess it will not work that good, that well, but we see that Ukraine has the highest death rate, the lowest birth rate in the world. So obviously Ukraine, with such a big territory, it will suffer. The economy will suffer, everything will suffer. So after the war, it will take years and years for Ukraine to recover, if not decades. I don't know. It might help to do it to change something. But it's a great tragedy. Like this war brings even more tragedy for Ukraine than the Second World War in terms of the country's population. In the Second World War, Ukraine lost around roughly 9 million people. That's a lot. But now 9 million people left Ukraine, and probably the most of them will never return back. Also, we have losses on the battlefield. Strange perspective for the demographics in the future. So nothing good I see for perspective in the nearby future. As for immigrants, our people are not really liking that idea. For example, immigrants from the Middle East countries, people will not accept that. I mean, Ukrainians. It's like Poland, so some sort of that stuff. And immigrants will not go to such a poor country. Their goal is to, Syrians and everyone, their goal is to go to Germany, maybe France, UK. They wouldn't like to go to Ukraine at all. Yes, at what point do you think there will be a large divide within Russia regarding the war possibility turning against Putin? If Russian elite would see that Putin is not reaching his goal and there is no any light chance that he will reach his goal, I think that he will be not dismissed, but something will happen to him. There will be one more Prigozhin probably. Ukrainian immigrants are welcome to Australia. Ukrainian and Russian women are most beautiful on earth. Fact. We have lots of the beautiful women. Eastern Slavs or women are really nice. If you speak about the standard, like modern day standard, because mostly like Ukrainian girls, they take care of themselves, like they go to the beauty salons. Usually they go do some stuff, for how they look. They take care about that stuff. Here in Western Europe, it's less of that. And in the United States, it's even more or less. You can spot kind of the nice girl wearing some of the crazy stuff here, which makes her absolutely not attractive. And now we start to speak about the girls, yeah? So maybe it's time to go to bed. I wonder if my wife is watching the live stream. Dennis, is your chat view Dennis, is your chat view set to all messages or just top messages? All messages. All messages are here. The slow mode is enabled. Every comment, you may comment once in, I think, 40 seconds, something like that. Just to avoid spam. Well, then hopefully she's not. She's not so jealous. I think for every man, it's you can say okay, this woman is attractive or this woman is not attractive. It's like for the car, right? This car is nice. It's in the nature, I think. And it depends on your personal taste. Well, listener said, yeah. My mother from England, glad it's the world official language, said about England's conquering history. Yeah, sometimes I hear Dennis, you still speak Russian. Why do you speak Russian? It's the language of the occupier, the language of aggressor. But if we check out the history, like now it's the war, yeah, between Ukraine and Russia. It's terrible war. But if we go back in the history, there were always conflicts. Like, and we all speak English mainly, especially on this channel. And shouldn't we speak it because it's the language of aggressor? The United Kingdom conquered the world, actually, the most part of it. So, but it's spoken in its colonies, and people are united because of it, you know. So why should I give up speaking Russian? Yeah, and understand that in current reality, it's the language of aggressor of Russia, but it's also my mother language, and it wasn't the language of aggressor when I was born. So it's not my fault that it's not the language fault that Putin is in power in Russia, and he uses actually that, okay, we should protect those Russian speakers, and we don't need that protection, but it's my language, you know. My mother speaks Russian, my father speaks Russian, we speak Russian in my family, so why should I give up my history of my family, my own? And that's how I think. I think on Russian. I translate in the head to English very fast. So the same is for English, the language of the occupier United Kingdom. And we may say it about French, whatsoever. So it's not about English or Russian. It's about the regime, the stupid people greedy for power. And, you know, it's funny to hear from those kind of the patriots that they sometimes push Ukrainians who speak Russian language, but at the same time they say nothing then some guys, like it happened yesterday on the western side of Ukraine, who speak fluent Ukrainian, perfect, wearing vyshyvanka, but they take the bribes for military who take the bribes. They are uncovered by police, but you know they speak Ukrainian. So it's, after all, it's not about the language. It's about the people. German didn't stop speaking German. Yeah, indeed. Germany also did that. Nazi Germany did the terrible things, and later on, after the Second World War, Germany was number one. German language was number one in the Soviet schools, not English, German. But after, I think, 70s, English became the number one language, because the Soviet Union, I say we because I was born in the Soviet Union, but anyways, Soviet Union thinks that it should study the language of the possible enemy, and actually it's a good theory, it's a good practice, you know. So in the Soviet schools there was German at first, and then it changed to English. So instead of banning the language of the aggressor, you need to study it to understand your enemy, because it really helps me. I have lots of the stuff I would like to share you from the Russian media, but you know, I cannot express it in English, really. Some sort of the Z bloggers, how they're frustrated. Like yesterday, the guy was arrested, this 13th, what's his name? I forgot, Roman Guziev or something like that. So he was expressing himself in Russian, and I understand his frustration, you know, how he recorded the video. Я здесь, люди, помогите, меня арестовали, меня побили, I was beaten, I was arrested, blah, blah, blah. And he used those kind of the words, like his expression was really funny. Russia arrested the Russian Z blogger. And I would like for you, you know, to understand his frustration on his language, and it is funny. It is funny. So subtitles will never lead to that understanding. That's why it's funny to learn to know Russian and watching some of the Russian mishaps. How many people live in the USA and speak some kind of Old German for more than 300 years? I heard that lots of the Germans immigrated to the United States. And also, by the way, that Trump is partially, he has German roots. Donald Trump. Did Soviet schools teach American English or British English? British English. Like it was considered as the highest standard of English, so let's take British English. So it was British. But later on, after some time, then the Soviet Union collapsed. People start to learn more American English. Like we have, but I still was in a Soviet times, so we didn't study like the track wasn't the track, it was lorry. So yeah, it was. I still studied on those Soviet books. Then I was young. Later on, it began to change, but it was. I remember this lorry. I remember the picture of this blue truck with the open back, and it says lorry, not the truck. So it was British English. Apparently, some of my family was from Bessarabia. Okay, and we also speak like flat, not the apartment, but flat. It's also British. As a Brit, simplified English is a more widely spoken version of English, and one also learn to communicate with. Okay. I have a Russian American friend who says the same. He doesn't like Russians so much. Yeah. Did the Amish have their own? And also, the problem of the language was rising up in Ukrainian society artificially by politicians to put the cracks in Ukrainian society. I would say even Russia has less problems with that, even though they have many more nationalities in their country. So here in Ukraine, definitely it is more political problem than the problem of the people. And there are some of the Russian speakers, not some, but many of the Russian speakers who fight on the front lines. The Brits tied the Americans perfect. Good morning from Belgium. Good morning. England has many words. It's like powerful chainsaw. Yeah. But the studying of language is always great. Like I'm studying German now, and to study English, you not only study the language itself, but you study different materials. So you explore lots of the new stuff while you're studying the language, and it's really fantastic. It's like a big journey. So you watch movies, you understand the grammar, you go through some of the stories in the book. So it's really passionate, and the main thing is to cover some sort of this barrier of understanding, and it was for me in English. Then I then I have enough words to understand, enough grammar, then I crossed it. Okay, I can read the books. Yeah, I don't understand some of the words as I don't understand today, but I understand the whole meaning, like, of the story. Yes, with not many details, but I understand. Okay, in the next book, okay, oh, nice, I understand more. I remember then I read the book of Alchemist, Paulo Coelho. It was translated into English, and I started, okay, it was the challenge for me to read this kind of the sophisticated book totally in English, not adapted book to the English learner. And then I read it. In the middle, I understood, okay, I'm reading it in English and I understand what is happening. Wow, it's the opening, So since that time, I tried to read only in English. Slava Ukrainian from Brazil, greetings to Brazil. Most funny thing, you say that in English was Swinger states for United States elections. Yeah, once in my videos I said swinger states. Swing states. Swinger states. Lots of the comment breaks in the stream. Hope YouTube shares some of them. English is more floor-big compared to German. It seems to me studying that language. Foolery. Okay. And then are you seeing COVID still affecting the war? Some cancellations, etc. Western countries. No, I think it's not about COVID. I live in Ukraine and everyone speaks Ukrainian, including people from occupied territory, internal displacement. They may speak with you in Ukrainian or with people on the streets, but in their families they speak Russian. Like it's mainstream now to speak Ukrainian openly in public. Actual war, so question, do you think Russia will use one tactical nuke to the middle of Ukraine just to prove that red lines been crossed? Sparky, I don't think so. I don't think that Russian regime now has the guts for it. Well, the alarm bell for it could be that if Russia tests some sort of the nuke on their own territory, just exercise, not like Sarmat missile, but real explosion. Huge Joker 2074, thanks for your huge support. No, seriously. Thank you, Dennis. Good night for Oregon. See you, Union. Flat screen. That would awaken the United States. I don't know. We'll see. I always found it interesting that the two people who speak brother languages, English and Germany, fought two of the largest wars in human history. 2 times, yeah. Johnny. Norman Patterson, thanks for your awesome support. And then I started to study German. I'm actually impressed how similar it is to English. That's a problem because sometimes English words are stuck in my head and I reply in doing the homework in English. Also, I think French is very similar to English. The elite of the Russian Empire by the time of the Napoleon Wars, they were speaking French. Will the F-16s ever take a frontal combat role for answering the tactical new question? Thank you. Okay. Sparky 107107, thanks a lot for your kind support. Ukraine needs lots of the F-16s to counteract to the counteract to the Russian aviation. The only thing to fight the better fighter jets, and we understand that, for example, Sukhoi 35 is better than F-16, is to have more F-16s. So then Ukraine will have enough F-16s, it will use them. Greetings to California. Sparkin, thank you so much for your awesome support again. It's the Anglo-Saxon family. Yes, that's what Russia says. It's everything about Anglo-Saxons. They hate Slavs. They want to destroy Slavs, and at the same time, Russia destroys Slavs in Ukraine and their own Slavs in Russia. Yeah, they all speak about Anglo-Saxons. English comes from Germanic and French languages and Latin, yeah. But German is a little weird. Like there are some of the words that do not match the words in English at all. German is easier than French, yes, and English. Every letter has a sound. Not always, but yes. In general, yes. But there's muscular, feminine, and neutral words, and in Russian we have the same. But in Russian, it's easier to guess for the ending of the word. In German, you don't know whether it's die, das, or der. For me, it's still don't. You need to study the word to remember it. That's the only way. I mean, not just you need to remember the word, but also the gender. I'm gender neutral in Deutsch, in German, so for me everything will be, for example, die. Spanish and German nouns are usually same gender. Yeah. Heart is broken, thinking about Dennis is love the family. It's like we are safe, we are okay. Why your heart is broken? His evil government and the more evil invading government. Okay. D is the female, Das is the neither. Yeah. His evil government. I may admit that, Ukraine went, like the modern laws in Ukraine are not good for Ukrainian people, and everyone understands that. I mean, in Ukraine, that, this forced mobilization should be, I think it should be volunteered, but probably Ukraine doesn't have the other choice. Probably. So to fight dictatorship, you may partially turn into dictatorship yourself. Who knows? We see that, people in Ukraine are tired of this war. I mean, civilians as well. And they see that government is not really acting good in some of the cases. And that elite is not fighting. Only poor people are taken from the villages. It's truth. And it rises the frustration also, and yeah, maybe that's why Zelensky wants, according to Financial Times, wants to seek for some sort of the negotiations. So in a way, yeah. The thing is that from the very beginning, the Ukrainian government messed up with this defense. By the time that there were volunteers into the Ukrainian army, they were accused into Ukrainian military. The situation, it wasn't evaluated in a proper way. People thought that, we're gonna change the country as well. We're gonna fight against Russia, but later on they saw that rich people are buying. That's what we seen yesterday, right? With that corruption scandal, are buying the special papers not to go to the army. The government is hiding their children away. So why should like ordinary people go if government and the corruption level is still the same, if not the worse. So people thought that, okay, now it's the time, we're going to defend the country, and now it will change, but it's not. And I don't blame Zelensky, really. I think it's the system itself. And also in the Ukrainian army, it's kind of the Soviet system. It's the reality, but still Ukraine is better than Russia. You cannot compare those. Ukraine has the will of the people to, to go for the democratic way of development. Now, everything is done like by the government, sometimes not according to the constitution, and it's accepted by our allies, by people also. I'll see how it goes. But I understand that you cannot force people to fight. You cannot forcefully mobilize people to fight. It's like what's happening. It's not good. People should voluntarily go to defend the country. But now they see that. Yeah, I recorded a video on my Patreon. Why do I think that people are not willing to mobilize now? Basically, the reasons I told you. For me personally, the reason was that I'll be sent just to the trench, and no one would take care about my some sort of the previous experience, knowledge, and so on. So the chance to get somewhere in aviation, for me, it's nothing. There was no chance without any military experience. I'll tell you, my friends, as it is. Like, Ukraine still may continue, like, war, the long-term war, but the quality of the soldiers, it's reduced. And I saw many of the interviews of our commanders, and they say, like, the mobilization goes, we receive people, but people are not motivated. And according to the recent information, it's official information from Ukrainian channels, around 80,000 Ukrainian soldiers left their positions. I mean, not the positions on the front lines, but they disappeared from their barracks, from their military branches. It tells a lot. It's a huge problem. You might actually do way more good as a fundraiser. I'm not fundraising here, guys. I already told you in the beginning of the stream why, but you can support by participating in the fundraiser you trust in, all right? So if you have this goal to support Ukraine, you might do it on your own. I do it myself, directly to the people I know, all right? I cannot tell you more, but I have my friends who are there, and I help them. I cannot tell you more, guys, because of the rules of the platforms we are staying in. I was raised an American to believe that we stand for freedom. I'm seeing that it bags in me big time. Yes, I understand that. You know, if you live in such a developed country as the United States, it's a little different. Israel, if we take Israel, there are, sounds of generals. They're going through the army. They're fighting there, actually. And you will not find the same in Ukraine. The sounds of generals and politicians, they are in Monaco. Wishing you and all of your who are fighting Putin best wishes. That's why it demoralized people, this stuff, the inequality. For Israel, it's like if you are not serving in the army, you are not a citizen fully, right? For Ukraine, no. Yeah, But I love my country. I love my people. Just, we always try to select the better. The good thing about Ukraine, we always change our leaders. We're always seeking for this possible way of development into the democratic society, into developed democracy, let's say. We have this guts. But each time we select or elect the new leaders, they ruin our expectations, let's say. So, from my personal experience being in Ukraine, the previous government was better compared to the current one. Well, at least it was focused on the army more, I think. On the army, on everything. But it's just my perception. Yeah, there was still a corruption, but corruption during the war, I think it's a crime. Like crime, death crime, I would call it. Won't Russia run off people soon? No. Human rights, the right to pursue liberty. Yeah. No more Parison. Thank you. Dennis, what did you think of the government in 2014? I think it's done an incredible job. I think it's done an incredible job for the time being, because in 2013, like, Russia occupied Crimea. Obviously, Ukraine hadn't had enough resources to deoccupy it by the time. Our allies, Barack Obama, openly, now the facts are available, that he called Ukrainian government by the time not to liberate Crimea, that they will settle it, but Russia then went to Donetsk, and Ukraine finally went to defend Donetsk and Luhansk with success. With success, that government was able to defend. And only direct Russian involvement with the regular forces helped Russia to get control over the territories. If you check out the military maps by the time, I was so happy, Ukraine was liberating. Donetsk was really encircled already, partially encircled. But Russia went there with their forces, and it was total chaos. And they took more ground, the Baltseva, but Ukrainian government since that time, it was able to build the army. So yeah, everyone is making the fun of the previous president. He wasn't really that good, but he was able to reform the Ukrainian army. So Ukraine wouldn't stand a chance without those reforms in 2022. Also, we're speaking about the defense that was done on the eastern side. We spoke with you about Avdiivka, how hard it was for Russia to penetrate the front lines in Avdiivka. They spent like tons of the resources, and they had tremendous losses, thousands and thousands of the losses by taking Bakhmut, Avdiivka. That's because of the defense lines which were built under the previous government, because of the old front line was there, so it was prepared. The new government gave up the south of Ukraine, just like that. No defense, nothing was built, all of the mines were demined. Mariupol, if you dig down to the story, you'll see that the mayor of Mariupol just escaped the city, and before he escaped, he ordered to got rid of some of the defense of the city right before the Russian invasion. If you dig down the story, you'll understand who is responsible for that. The SBU, so the internal, like it's analog of the FBI, the internal intelligence guy, Bakanov, who is the friend of Zelensky. And where is Bakanov? Bakanov is now some of the lawyer somewhere. So the previous defense minister, right, Reznikov, corrupt person who is not being prosecuted, just fired on his own, yeah. So, guys, the facts are the facts, right? So you cannot hide those. Yeah, say too much. Yeah, maybe. On my videos, I try not to speak about it because the words could be used by the Russian trolls. But Ah, maybe someone forced me to say that stuff. So for me, it was like, the last year's counteroffensive was done on the south, and our guys had losses, the tremendous losses. But Russians occupied those territories in a matter of 4 days, like 4 days, without any sort of the military resistance. Just Mariupol. That's it. And who is to blame for them? Everyone is calm. Zelensky is not answering the question. So yeah, I don't like the current government. The previous one was better. It's not betrayal of Ukraine or something. Ukraine is Ukraine. Government is the government. The same thoughts as me are shared by the most of Ukrainian military. Believe me. Dennis, thank you for your broadcast. I look to your channel to give the best and most of the review of the latest news from Ukraine. Kenneth Kutin, thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting my job. Thank you. Blame can come after the victory. Oh, guy, Mr. Man. I hope there will be a victory. Everyone will forget about whom to blame if the victory comes. I believe in that. War is about old men arguing, and then young man dies because of this. Always the normal working people that suffer. Yep. Like there are some of the villages in Ukraine that there are no any men left. Like they were taken by Tetseka to fight. Ukraine only chance is to take Crimea. It could spark kind of the big events in Russia. I thought that this operation could happen, and I still think that this operation could happen. I mean, the big landing operation in Crimea. Also, there could be, like, I have this information, but I cannot prove it, that Budanov is against this operation. That's why he's now under the pressure by the president's office, because president's office wants to conduct the landing operation in Crimea. That's what I heard. But I cannot prove that. So we may consider those are rumors. The winners will write the history books that they were the good guys, and the losers were the bad guys. Yep. Sometimes it works, but in general, in the history, bad guys usually lose. After all, like you cannot say that Hitler was a good guy, even if he won some sort of the war. If we think that he would win, he still did so many massacres. Like you can't imagine those. Done, for example, by United States Army. Ready online for 5 hours? Could it be? I don't know. I just speak. I forget about the time. Time and space they do not exist for me. Sure hope you had a recent flight glider to keep your skills. Thank you. Good guys always win because you can't win long term with the hate and yeah. Bolshevik did worse. They didn't kill so many people in gas. How do we call it? Gas rooms? I mean, Jews, and Hitler also killed many of the Slavs, and other people. I don't. Well, Soviets killed themselves, right? The Russians, Ukrainians, they did it, but not as Hitler, I think. Dennis, what was your favorite plane to fly? I don't know now. Maybe ATR was better for me to fly, but now I consider after the crash of Brazilian ATR 72, I understood that the airplane has flaws with the icing capabilities because it's stalled. As for me, at a very high speed, 167 knots, it's a big high speed for the stall, for such a deep stall. So I think that the airplane shouldn't behave that terrible in a stall, in a icing. Yeah, you may have like very severe icing, but still it is kind of strange. And there were the stories before with the icing of the airplane. So from the perspective of the operation, ATR is good, but now I say that it's not a perfect airplane. Any word on freedom of Russia joining the efforts in Kursk? The story I told you about one of the Russians who joined the Siberian battalion of Russian opposition forces who died recently. I think he died in Kursk. So I think that the Russian forces are already there. Спасибо, Денис. Пожалуйста. Hi, Dennis. Hi. Screw that man. If Dennis says United States Army did massacres same as Hitler, he needs to... I'm saying that United States would never do the same massacres. The guy told like the Soviet army did, Soviets did even worse than Hitler, and I say I cannot imagine like others done the same. So there is nothing to apologize. Maybe you misunderstood me. Maybe I told in that way that you misunderstood me. Americans did everything all right. Richard Hauser, thank you so much for your generosity, your support. What happens to Valery Zaluzhny? Did he become more popular for Zelensky? Yep. The short answer. Remember Japan. It's hard to tell what it could be without those nukes. Maybe it could lead to even more deaths. Because Japan by the time didn't want to sign any sort of the agreements with allies, but they were forced after the two of the big explosions. And Japan actually did also kind of the strange stuff, you know. Just read the story of Japan behavior in China and you'll see. I'm not saying that China is good, but still behavior towards the people shouldn't be so with such a hatred and such a massacres. So it means that the violence creates more violence. The same will work for Russia, we'll see. You'll see that in Russia there will be huge violence, internal violence most of all. Dennis, would you ever get to politics? No. I hope not. Nobody was innocent. Yep. Yeah, Japan was an ally with Nazi, and they have... What's the number of that battalion or unit they have that they made terrible experiments also against mostly Chinese, but there were also Soviets and Americans. Just read about it, and your hair will stay up about those terrible experiments they did. Japan's are like Japan is kind of interesting country. From one side, they're really they have interesting culture, they have those traditions, etc. But on the other hand, yeah, Unit 731, yeah. But on the other hand, they sometimes behave kind of strange and dark. And also they are very, very chauvinist in some of the parts of Japan. Outside Tokyo, obviously, because Tokyo is cosmopolitan city, but outside they could be really, really nationalistic. Dennis, what do you think is needed from the West to end this war? Like everything, full support, like Allies did for Soviet Union in Second World War. Without it, Ukraine will not be able to liberate the territory. Still, Ukraine has army men, still, but it doesn't have enough. Like it should be up-to-date weaponry, like P-40s were sent to the Soviet Union, as far as I remember. New fighter jets by the time, everything new, tanks, everything was sent to the Soviet Union to fight against Germans. That's how it should be done for Ukraine. But, you know, I remember that day then Biden signed the land-lease agreement for Ukraine. We were all happy. Come on, Ukraine will get all of that weaponry now. They will just demolish Russia like Soviet Union, turned the things upside down just because of the American help. Here Ukraine could do the same, but after all, 1 year expired, the Lend-Lease law finished its existence, and Ukraine, you may wonder how many weaponry Ukraine got during this Lend-Lease law. 0. No, not even a bullet was sent according to this Lend-Lease law. It was just voted separate help with separate help for Ukraine, but for the Lend-Lease papers, it wasn't used really, even though it was voted, signed. But United States didn't use it. I think Biden was sure that Congress will support all the initiatives to maintain the Ukrainian military, but after all, there was that trap created by MAGA. And Ukraine didn't receive enough military support for a very long time, few months, and that absolutely cancels the preparation of Ukraine for the summer campaign of this year. That's why we see now Russia advances, because they took initiative. Yep. Do you watch videos from the RFU YouTube channel, which done by General Zaluzhny? I don't know whether it's done by General Zaluzhny, probably not. They put just General Zaluzhny on every thumbnail. RFU isn't Zaluzhny. I think yes. Yeah, it's a good channel. Like every pro-Ukrainian channel is a good channel. Sometimes they share too much bias in favor of Ukraine, but it doesn't mean that the channel is bad. They do everything to support Ukraine. It's good. MAGA, who are founded by Russia. Trump ordered that. Yeah. Hello from Southern California. Hello. Go Trump. Okay. 5-hour stream. Wow, strong. Yeah. Have you ever flown to Heathrow? No, just to Gatwick. Like we had flights to Heathrow and Gatwick. One day you fly to Heathrow, the other to Gatwick. And I was so lucky or unlucky to have just the flights to Gatwick. I don't know why. This missing illusion was a bad cause. Army seems to have lost some morale. Yeah, I agree with you. John Wolf, thank you so much for your kind support. Are there any feminists in Ukraine? I would think there would be none after what men have to do. There is a feminist movement even in Ukraine, and they went on protest. I think I will not find it. Actually, there is a big movement. It's called Famine Ukraine. And they went on a protest against Iran and Russia recently. I don't know where, in some of the European city, probably. But Dennis, is Zelensky popular in Ukraine? He is losing his popularity dramatically. Like Zaluzhny was more popular by the time, and Zelensky he doesn't have the alternate. All of the people who are, in the media who become popular, somehow they're dismissed. Like now we know that Budanov is popular, and there are some clouds over his career. People think it's Zelensky creating that stuff. Some people. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Right, guys. I think it's too much for me to stream today. It was fun to speak with you. Oh, I need to sleep. I hope to film the video very, very soon after my short sleep, which will take me 5 hours, and will update you with situation, what happened yesterday and what will happen this morning. Hope for the good news. And as always, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are, and have a great time. I forgot to say thank you guys for supporting me on Super Chat, because with the recent monetization issues, I only rely on subscriber support on Patreon and here on membership, on your super thanks, super chats. So thank you so much for your kind support, for maintaining my motivation to go on my videos almost every day. Glory to